Chapter 985. None of us should be alive in this world. Let's perish together. The instant Yi Chunfeng killed the two kings of assassins, a furious roar shook the 9 heavens. The Sky Race's soul, who was at an absolute disadvantage in the battle with Luoxin's clone, didn't hesitate to burn his soul body and borrow the Heavenly Tomb's power to deal a fatal blow to Luoxin's clone, wanting to destroy him. Bang bang! The Luo god's avatar revealed a solemn expression as the power of death that could destroy the heavens and the earth came crashing down. He didn't hesitate to detonate both his arms, turning them into a yin-yang disc. Within the yin-yang disc, 2 small fish formed from Tao will slowly swam about. Yin-yang Pisces disc break. Luo Shin's avatar roared, and the yin-yang disc with the little fish flowing on it went up to meet the incoming death energy, fiercely repelling it. Then, an explosion that was loud enough to make one's eardrums explode suddenly rang out. It shook the void to the point that it cracked and filled the space within a few miles. No, under the yin-yang Pisces disc's full power attack, the incoming power of death was gradually dispersed. The Sky Race's soul, whose soul power was burning, let out a painful howl as it was destroyed by the yin-yang Pisces disc, dissipating between heaven and earth. Not good. Sha Tinya and the other 2 had completely suppressed Jiang Xingqin and the other 2 in terms of offense, forcing them to retreat step by step. When they saw the Luo Shen's avatar explode the soul of a divine race, their hearts fell to the bottom. The Star Emperor's clone was controlling the Xingluo heavenly wall to fight against the 9 heavenly layers. If the 3 Sky Race's souls were destroyed, then, unless they had strong reinforcements, only death would await them. However, Sha Tinya wasn't sure if there were any almighty Sky Races living in the Xingluo continent after so many years. If there weren't any, then they wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Gu Fanqing art the situation was critical. Sha Tinya and Lianxing, who had a complicated heart, worked together to form several Gu Fanqing covered in Tao patterns. They bombarded Kong, Sung Qin's group, sending them flying. Then they closed in on Yi Qinfeng's group, wanting to kill Yi Qinfeng's group first. Buzz! As Sha Tinya and the other 2 approached, ripples appeared in front of their eyes. Luo Shen's clone, who had lost both of his arms, stood in front of them, blocking their path. Let's do this together. Seeing the Luo Shen's clone exploding his arms, Sha Tinya and the other 2 controlled the heaven-suppressing orb to borrow the power of the Heaven City to attack him. They wanted to borrow the external force to kill him. Facing the attack of the Heavenly City, the Luo Shen clone didn't evade. With a slight shift of his body, he transformed into a sword and slashed out. A terrifying sword might directly tore apart the Heavenly City's energy as it slashed towards Sha Tinya and the other 2. Gu Fanqing Wan Bing, Pan Xingluo's doppelganger Luoxin, transformed into a sword and slashed out a sword light. Sha Tinya and the other 2 immediately controlled their Gu Dao treasure to defend against this sword attack. After that attack, the Luo Shen clone, who had lost both arms, continued to attack. Relying on its absolute strength, it forcibly suppressed Sha Tinya and the other 2. Soon, Sha Bingyan, who was the weakest, was severely injured by Luo Shen's clone. She left behind a cloud of blood in the air and fell to the ground. Ao, while the Luo Shen clone was ferociously attacking Sha Tinya and the other 2, the Black God and constantly let out a shocking roar and released powerful demonic energy to attack. Under its all-out attack, the divine race's soul that was fighting fiercely with it was getting more and more injured. The heavenly mausoleum's power that was continuously infusing into the divine race's soul was unable to repair the cracks in his soul body. Kacha all of a sudden, a huge explosion sounded above the chaotic void. The 9-level heavenly stair couldn't withstand the Xingluo's heavenly wall's attack. Suddenly, cracks appeared on it. The terrifying collision caused a mountain in the distance to crack. The cracks were as smooth as a mirror. Thump, thump their attacks were countered by the Luo Shen clone, and the 9-level heavenly stair couldn't withstand the Xingluo's heavenly wall. This caused Sha Tianya and the other two's hearts to fall into a bottomless abyss. Although Sha Tianya didn't want to accept his fate and didn't want to die, he had already used up all his trump cards. There was no other way to turn the situation around. The only thing that could save them was the heavens. Demon Weeping Mountains and Rivers the Black God Ant seized the opportunity and released its strongest demonic energy and power. It forcefully used its bloodline ability and launched its most powerful attack at the divine race's soul. The terrifying demonic energy was like a violent storm. It ruthlessly bombarded the divine race's soul's body, directly blasting it apart and killing the second divine race's soul. After killing its opponent, the Black God Ant, whose demonic energy soared to the sky, immediately appeared beside Xiao Wendy, who was attacking with all her might. Together, they attacked the last divine race's soul. With the help of the Black God Ant, the pressure on Yi Qinfeng and the others was greatly reduced. Under their ferocious attacks, the divine race's soul's injuries became more and more serious. It couldn't withstand their tide-like attacks. The situation was over. Sha Tianya and the other situation was over. Luckily, I bet on the right treasure and stood on the right team. If that He Yen controls Xingluo Heaven City, I should be able to obtain quite a lot of benefits after contributing so much. Looking at the situation, Ren too secretly heaved a sigh of relief. A faint smile appeared on his cold and arrogant face as he fantasized about his beautiful future. PFFF. PFFF. Luo Shen's clone suddenly exerted strength and continuously slashed out peerless sword lights. It broke through Sha Tianya and Lian Xing's Gufanxing and sent them flying. They were all heavily injured at the same time. Sha Tianya and the other two were injured. Yi Qinfeng and the others also had an overwhelming advantage and heavily injured the last divine race's soul. In the end, the divine race's soul couldn't withstand the ferocious attacks of Yi Qinfeng, the Black God Ant, and the others. It unwillingly self-destructed its soul body and launched a fatal attack at Yi Qinfeng and the others. However, with the Black God Ant and the 3 clones defending, Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 weren't injured. Sha Tianya, you bastard who killed your master and ancestors. The situation is over. Die. Looking at Sha Tianya, who fell to the ground and created a huge crater, Yi Qinfeng instantly fused with the Emperor's Sky sword and stabbed forward with a linear sword. He wanted to end Sha Tianya's sinful life. Suddenly, a strange cough resounded. A hunchbacked old woman with snow-white hair and wearing yellow robe appeared in front of Sha Tianya. She was holding on to a dragon-headed walking stick. She stretched out 2 fingers towards the Emperor's Sky sword that was thrusting over. Buzz! A series of deafening sword cries rang out. The Emperor's Sky sword that could pierce through a level 6 combat beast emperor was caught by the hunchbacked old woman's wrinkled fingers. A power that exceeded Yi Qinfeng's imagination passed through the Emperor's Sky sword and into his arm. It directly shook off his right hand that was holding on to the Emperor's Sky sword, injuring his arm and sending him flying. Yi Qinfeng. Seeing Yi Qinfeng flying back while vomiting blood, Xiao Wendy's heart tightened and she immediately hugged him. However, the moment she hugged Yi Qinfeng, Xiao Wendy was also injured by the recoil from Yi Qinfeng's body. Her blood and qi started to churn. You dare to kill my divine race's heroic spirit and destroy my divine race's foundation? The hunchbacked old woman revealed a domineering aura. A heaven's hand strangely descended and grabbed onto the Luotian clone that had lost both of its arms. The terrifying power forcefully tore the Luotian clone apart. Mobile reading website. Book address. In order to make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the bookmark button at the bottom to record this book. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 986. What? Who is that person? Why is she so powerful? She was able to crush the old Taoist clone with her huge hand. Could that old lady be a true sky race expert? There were too many secrets hidden in Xingluo Sky City. Today was an eye-opener. The crowd hiding in the distance was shocked when they saw the old lady using her hand of heaven to crush the Luo Xin clone. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. F***CK. Is the heavens playing with me? Why is there another change? Seeing more and more cracks on the Luo Xin clone, Butcher's eyes widened. He cursed out loud. Large amounts of cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he thought of running away. He did not expect that there were still sky race experts in Xingluo continent. More and more cracks appeared on the Luo Xin clone's body, but he was still calm. He looked at the old lady who was full of wrinkles and had a stern look in her eyes. He was neither happy nor sad. I am a dying man. If you did not want to destroy my sky race's inheritance, I would not have come. The old lady concealed the stern look in her eyes and said indifferently, This is not your world. You should just go back to where you came from. Although he was on the verge of destruction, the Luo Xin clone was fearless and said slowly, Luo Xin, you want to threaten me with a mere clone? You are too naive. The hunchbacked old woman revealed a mocking expression. She increased the power of her hand of heaven and crushed the Luo Xin clone. The heavens are helping me. It is the heavens that are helping me. There are still sky race experts in Xingluo continent who are not dead. When Sha Tianya saw the stooped old woman crush the Luo Xin's clone, he revealed a look of pleasant surprise. With the old lady's support, even if the Star Emperor's clone controlled the Xingluo sky wall to destroy the 9 levels of the sky stage, it would not shake their foundation. The Xingluo Sky City would still be their world. After eliminating the 3 great clans, there would be no one in Xingluo continent who could go against them. Little Ant, I wonder if you still recognize me. After crushing the Luo Xin's doppelganger, the hunchbacked old woman cast her gaze towards the low-grade, sacred beast, Black God Ant, and said indifferently, Of course I know her. Even if you turned into ashes, I would still recognize you. The Black Divine Ant looked at the old woman with hatred in his eyes and said, If Star Emperor hadn't saved me that year, I would have been killed by you. Not being able to kill you back then was indeed an accident. Today, I want to see who can save you. Although the hunchbacked old woman did not emit a terrifying aura, her silence as she stood in the air gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. It was as if she was a primordial beast that could tear them apart with a single bite. Don't panic. If there is any danger, I will send you to the universe realm. With the defense of the universe realm, you should be able to withstand her attacks. The universe realm was Yi Qinfeng's final escape route. With the defense of the universe realm, it was enough to block the attacks of the old woman. Get out of here. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the Xingluo celestial wall. At the critical moment, the Xingluo celestial wall forcibly shook open the 9 levels of the heaven staircase, and with the power to annihilate the void, it bombarded the old woman. Go! Yi Qinfeng and the others did not waste this opportunity. Taking advantage of the time when the hunchbacked old woman shook the Xingluo celestial wall, they quickly escaped from the Xingluo celestial wall. Under the continuous attack of the heaven-exterminating Great Formation, the Great Formation that enveloped the Xingluo celestial wall was full of cracks, creating an excellent opportunity for Yi Qinfeng and the others to escape. Humph! No one can leave today. Seeing Yi Qinfeng and the others break out of the encirclement and escape, the hunchbacked old woman who had shaken open the Xingluo celestial wall gently took a step forward. A large amount of energy ripples appeared under her feet. In the next moment, as if she had teleported, she appeared and intercepted Yi Qinfeng and the others, not giving them a chance to break out of the encirclement. Let me send you to hell. The hunchbacked old woman's silver hair fluttered in the wind. Like a killing god, she launched a killing blow at Yi Qinfeng and the others, wanting to kill them. I'm afraid I can't let you do as you wish. A vigorous voice rang out. The The hunchbacked old woman's killing blow shattered inch by inch like glass. Before it could reach Yi Chen-feng, it dissipated. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap rang out. When the hunchbacked old woman who was filled with killing intent turned around, a large old hand ruthlessly slapped her cheek, directly sending her flying. Silence, incomparable silence. Witnessing the scene of the haughty and insufferably arrogant hunchbacked old woman being slapped and sent flying. Everyone present seemed to have been immobilized. They stood dumbfounded on the spot, dumbfounded by the scene before them. Heavens, am I dreaming? Who is this person? How can he be so fierce? To slap a powerful being from the celestial race. Our Xingluo continent still has such an expert? Everyone who had regained their senses turned to look at the blurry figure that had mysteriously appeared. When they saw the person who had slapped the hunchbacked old woman, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. A knife in his chest. Who is that old Taoist? Why does he have a knife in his chest? Does he think it's cool? Look at him. Doesn't he look like the clone of a powerful being from the celestial race? It really is him. Damn, too many things have happened today. Who knows who will have the last laugh? Looking at the old Taoist, who was gradually revealing his true appearance, the entire Xingluo continent was in an uproar. Gulp, defeating armies. Who do you think will win? Butcher gulped as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. He looked at defeating armies, who had a calm expression on his face, and said uneasily, "The human race's legacy will win." Defeating armies repeated what he had just said. "Let's hope so. Otherwise, we're finished." Butcher let out a heavy breath and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart as he muttered to himself, "Luotian, you dare to hit me?" Looking at the old Taoist who had slapped her in front of everyone, the hunchbacked old woman's eyes spat out thick flames of hatred. The terrifying power caused the space around her to constantly distort. "Why wouldn't I dare to hit you?" Luotian, who was wearing an ancient Taoist robe and had a dagger in her chest, smiled faintly. "You." The hunchbacked old woman was about to vomit blood. As the only powerful being from the celestial race left in the Xingluo continent, she had never been humiliated like this. However, Luotian's power was too terrifying. She had some scruples. "Senior, you really came." Seeing Luotian appear in time, Yi Chen-feng's heart calmed down. He immediately stepped forward and bowed. With Luotian's support, all problems would be easily solved. "Little rascal, you already knew that I would come, didn't you?" Luotian said calmly. "If it wasn't for this old mother, we would have destroyed the celestial race's inheritance without your help." Yi Chen-feng said respectfully. Stinking brat. Hearing Yi Chen-feng call her old mother, the hunchbacked old woman was so angry that her liver hurt. She really wanted to tear Yi Chen-feng's mouth apart. This brat really didn't know how to talk. "Leave her to me. I'll leave the rest to you." Luotian said slowly, "Since you want to destroy the celestial race's inheritance, I'll help you." "Thank you, Senior," Yi Chen-feng said gratefully. "Luotian, are you really going to fight to the death with me?" The hunchbacked old woman said angrily, "It's not that I'm going to fight to the death." As she spoke, Luotian took a step forward. With the terrifying power of Tao, she attacked the hunchbacked old woman. The two most powerful people in the Xingluo continent were fighting fiercely in the sky above the Xingluo Sky City. Mobile reading site, book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on Save at the bottom to record this reading record. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 987. Crack, crack. Luotian and the old woman's attacks collided. There was no shocking power, no tearing of the void, and no ripples. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test however. In the eyes of Yi Chen-feng and the others, their attacks were shocking. The two powerful attacks corroded and penetrated each other. Even a 6th level beast emperor would be shocked to death by these two forces. Luo Xin, we could use one blade in the past, and we can do the same now. Today, I will skin you alive." The old woman gritted her teeth and roared as she attacked. "Do you know why I didn't pull out this knife?" Luo Xin revealed an enigmatic smile and said, "I am constantly reminding myself that I will always remember the shame of the past. I will never pull out this knife until I kill all of you alien tribe people." "Why? Do you want to take revenge on me?" The old woman said disdainfully. "I can't take revenge on the divine clan, but I can still destroy you." Luo Xin increased the intensity of her attacks. The glittering Tao continuously bombarded the old woman, and the space in front of her kept ripping. Luo Xin and the old woman fought fiercely. The Xingluo sky wall controlled by Star Emperor's clone also collided fiercely with the 9 levels in the void. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the 9 levels. It could not withstand the Xingluo sky wall's attacks and could shatter at any time. Sky measuring ruler unable to withstand Luo Xin's attacks, the old woman spat out a middle-grade sky measuring ruler covered with ancient patterns. It shattered Luo Xin's attacks and counterattacked with all her strength. "Junior, lend me the 9 dragon jade wall." After dodging the attack of the sky measuring ruler, Luo Xin sent a voice transmission to Yi Qinfeng. "Okay." Yi Qinfeng nodded and lent the supreme grade 9 dragon jade wall to Luo Xin without hesitation. Supreme grade, Saint Treasure feeling the destructive power of the 9 dragon jade wall. The old woman showed a trace of seriousness. She did not expect that there would be a supreme grade Saint Treasure in such a low-grade world. Roar! Roar! 3 deafening dragon roars rang out as Luo Xin poured a terrifying will of Tao into the 9 dragon jade annulus. Instantly, 3 ferocious dragons flew out of the 9 dragon jade annulus and collided with the heaven measuring ruler. The terrifying power directly shattered the ruler shadows created by the heaven measuring ruler and flew toward the hunchbacked old woman, forcing her to retreat. Luo Xin used the 9 dragons' jade annulus to suppress the hunchbacked old woman, while Yi Qinfeng and the rest launched their attacks at Sha Tinya and the other 2. As long as they could kill them, there was nothing to fear about the others. Seeing Yi Qinfeng and the others flying towards him at high speed, Sha Tinya was filled with unwillingness. He felt that the heavens were toying with him, giving him hope time and time again, only to destroy it time and time again. If not for his high tolerance, he would have long gone mad. However, he did not accept his fate, nor could he accept it. He quickly controlled the heaven-suppressing orb and merged it with the power of the heaven city to suppress the injuries on his body. He tried his best to increase his strength and fight with everything he had. At this moment, Lianxing and Sha Bingyun also merged with the power of the Xingluo heaven city and fought alongside Sha Tinya. They fought fiercely against Yi Qinfeng and the others in the air. After merging with the power of the Xingluo heaven city, Sha Tinya and the other 2's strength reached a terrifying level. In addition to the amplification of their beast soul form, they had surpassed the limit of a grade 6 combat beast emperor. However, the black god ant's strength was too terrifying. In its battle form, it completely suppressed Sha Tinya and shattered his attacks. Its surging demonic energy forced Sha Tinya to retreat. Lianxing, the 8th slaughter where Emperor had truly misjudged you. A shameless and vicious woman like you should have gone to hell long ago. Yi Qinfeng attacked Lianxing and humiliated her at the same time. Hearing Yi Qinfeng repeatedly mentioning the 8th slaughter war emperor, Lianxing's heart was in a mess. She wanted to open her mouth to explain, but she found that she did not know where to start. However, in her mind, memories that had been imprinted in the deepest part of her soul, memories that she had sealed a long time ago, appeared. The appearance of these memories completely scattered her energy and affected her attacks. She was constantly attacked by Yi Qinfeng and Xiao Wendi, and her injuries continued to worsen. Xingluo's doppelganger was killing them. Sha Bingyun continuously spat out blood essence into Xingluo's doppelganger increasing his attacks and defending herself against the attacks of Chingu Qiu, the slaughter doppelganger and the devil puppet. However, the attacks of Chingu Qiu and the others were too ferocious. Sha Bingyun's doppelganger's strength could not withstand them at all. Qi, a sword ray streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed. The flying snow sword in Chingu Qiu's hand pierced through Sha Bingyun's lower abdomen, breaking through her defenses and penetrating her body. A large amount of blood spurted out. Bingyun, seeing that Sha Bingyun was heavily injured, Lian Xing's heart tightened. Without any hesitation, she ignited her blood essence to block Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy's attacks. However, just as she was about to withdraw, Xia Wendy unleashed the star diagram and life and death Dao diagram. They smashed into Lian Xing's body, cutting off her opportunity to rescue Sha Bingyun and heavily injuring her body, sending her flying. While Lian Xing and Sha Bingyun were both heavily injured, Luo Xin borrowed the might of the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus to completely suppress the old woman's attacks. Victory was only a matter of time. Luo Xin, I'll spare your life today. Sooner or later, my heavenly race's supreme expert will seek justice for me. Unable to block the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus attacks, the old woman's injuries continued to worsen. With one of her arms hanging limply, she wanted to break out of the encirclement. Wasn't it too late to leave now? The Yin-Yang Dao diagram rose from Luo Xin's body and sealed the entire space. She wanted to trap the silver-haired old man in Xingluo Heavenly City and kill him. Heaven measuring ruler, so close yet so far. The old woman quickly fused with the heaven measuring ruler and unleashed her strongest attack. The terrifying heaven measuring ruler was like a white dragon, forcibly tearing apart the Yin-Yang Dao diagram. In the next instant, the old woman raised her speed to the peak and fled out of Xingluo Heavenly City as if she had teleported. You won't be able to escape. Luo Xin chased after the old woman as she tried her best to break out of the encirclement. She was determined to kill her and eliminate any future troubles. Damn it! Several thoughts flashed through Sha Tianya's mind when he saw his greatest reliance, the old woman, escape. In the end, he cast his gaze toward Lian Xing and Sha Bingyun, who were getting more and more injured and had almost no strength to resist. Die for me! The black god ant roared, and a heaven-shaking power erupted from its arms as it punched toward Sha Tianya. Suddenly, Sha Tianya's blood and qi started to burn. His body flashed and turned into several afterimages, dodging the black god ant's attack. Then he appeared behind Lian Xing, who was sent flying by Xia Wendy, and hugged her voluptuous body. Just when Lian Xing wanted to take a breather and stabilize her injuries under Sha Tianya's protection, she suddenly felt her body's defenses being broken. A large hand pierced into her body and grabbed her heart. Tianya! When Lian Xing turned around, she met with Sha Tianya's merciless and bloodthirsty eyes. She never imagined that Sha Tianya would want to kill her. Rather than both of us dying, why don't you protect me and let me take revenge for you too? Sha Tianya coldly said. After saying that, Sha Tianya crushed her heart and took away the heaven-suppressing orb that she had refined and fused it with his body. I'm so foolish, I'm so hateful. On her deathbed, tears flowed out of Lian Xing's eyes as she watched Sha Tianya charge toward the heavily injured Sha Bingyun. She died in despair and regret. After mercilessly killing Lian Xing, Sha Tianya arrived behind Sha Bingyun. Under her terrified gaze, he chopped off her head and took away the heaven-suppressing orb. Even a vicious tiger would eat its own cubs. At the moment of life and death, Sha Tianya had gone mad. Mobile reading site, book address. To make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this book. You will be able to see it the next time you open your bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 988. 3 Heaven-Suppressing Pearls as One. After mercilessly killing the two people closest to him, the bloodthirsty Sha Tianya immediately recognized two heaven-suppressing pearls as their master. He then merged the three pearls together and channeled the power of the Heaven City into his body. One heaven-suppressing pearl was enough to raise Sha Tianya's strength to nirvana, and three heaven-suppressing pearls allowed Sha Tianya's strength to be close to nirvana's. This was also the reason why he mercilessly killed Lian Xing and Sha Bingyan. If he wanted to survive in this predicament and kill his way out, he had to borrow the three heaven-suppressing pearls and channel the power of the Heaven City to the greatest extent. As the three heaven-suppressing pearls shone brightly, Sha Tianya's strength skyrocketed. He didn't fight for long and relied on his absolute strength to break out of the Xingluo Heaven City. He wanted to leave as soon as possible and find a chance to make a comeback. Don't let him escape. Yi Qinfeng didn't expect Sha Tianya to be so vicious and ruthless to the point of mercilessly killing his wife and children. Sha Tianya's selfish and vicious actions had touched Yi Qinfeng's reverse scale, and he was determined to kill this murderer. Star Dao Diagram, Life and Death Dao Diagram. While Sha Tianya was trying his best to break out of the encirclement Xia Wendy blocked in front of him. The two Dao diagrams intertwined and released a terrifying Dao intent toward Sha Tianya. The power of the Star Dao Diagram and Life and Death Dao Diagram was extremely terrifying, but Sha Tianya's strength was too terrifying. Borrowing the power of the Xingluo Heaven City, he quickly punched out twice. The terrifying fist radiance intertwined with innate Dao patterns and directly shattered the two Dao diagrams. Vermilion Bird Cauldron, suppress. When the two Dao diagrams were destroyed, Yi Qinfeng controlled the Vermilion Bird Cauldron to descend from the sky and suppress Sha Tianya. Heaven arraying palm, strike the Vermilion Bird Cauldron was like a living mountain of fire that came crashing down. Sha Tianya quickly executed a terrifying Dao skill to counter it. Layers of heaven arraying palm strikes landed on the Vermilion Bird Cauldron consecutively. The powerful recoil caused the soul of the Vermilion Bird to howl in pain. After breaking through Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy's attacks, Sha Tianya didn't slow down and continued to break out of the encirclement, heaven and earth. At this moment, the Black Divine Ant blocked in front of Sha Tianya again. Its terrifying demonic power and physical strength fused together, shattering the void and earth as it blasted toward Sha Tianya. The Black God Ant's strength was too terrifying. Its earth-shattering demonic energy shattered Sha Tianya's attack and stopped him. Courting death, Sha Tianya's eyes shot out a thick killing intent. The power of the Heaven City transformed into two giant hands of energy and was about to attack the Black God Ant, forcing it to retreat. Suddenly, a powerful soul-suppressing force blasted into his soul sea. Although he was already on guard, his reaction was still slightly sluggish. Strike of the Star Xia Wendy appeared in the air. Her star god bloodline ignited, transforming into a star god phantom. It was as if a boundless sea of stars fell to the ground, bombarding Sha Tianya. Gu Fanqing Formula Sha Tianya, who had come back to his senses, defended with all his might. The rolling will of the Tao transformed into numerous stars that sealed off the space in front of him and collided with the star god projection. In an instant, a large amount of Tao light filled the void, causing the space to tremble violently. Sha Tianya relied on his absolute strength to forcefully tear apart the star god's attack. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng, the Black God Ant, Qinggu Qiu, Kong Sungqin, and the rest surrounded Sha Tianya and attacked him fiercely, not giving him a chance to escape. 6 styles of wind and lightning. Sha Tianya did not panic as waves of attacks surged towards him. He evolved his Tao intent to the extreme, transforming it into a sea of wind and lightning. He continuously tore apart Yi Qinfeng and the rest's attacks as he slowly approached the edge of Xingluo Heaven City. Universe Sword Formation. Seeing that Sha Tianya had broken through the encirclement, Yi Qinfeng's entire body merged with the cosmos sword formation. Under the amplification of the sword spirit, he formed a terrifying sword diagram that attacked Sha Tianya, forcefully blocking his path. As Yi Qinfeng attacked with all his might, the Purple Beginning's holy lightning also surged out under his control, bombarding Sha Tianya's body. Hey Yen, sooner or later, I will kill you. Sha Tianya looked at Yi Qinfeng with hatred. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to eat Yi Qinfeng's flesh, drink his blood, and tear him into pieces. That day would never come. Yi Qinfeng sneered, controlling the universe sword formation to attack with all its might, preventing Sha Tianya from escaping, killing his wife and son. Even if Sha Tianya managed to escape, it would be too late. There would no longer be a place for him in the Xingluo continent. That's right, I didn't expect Sha Tianya to be so ruthless. For himself, he killed the people closest to him. This kind of person doesn't deserve to live in this world. Looking at the trapped Sha Tianya, the Bai family, Jiang family, and Jasper Palace's experts gathered together and discussed in low voices. Take a guess, if Sha Tianya was killed, who would become the new city lord of Xingluo Heaven City? Was there a need to guess? Other than him, who else could it be? At this moment, the same person appeared in the minds of the three superpowers experts. That person had completely subdued them. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Sha Tianya. Slowly, Sha Tianya lost his patience. He stimulated his potential at all costs, condensing a large number of stars filled with innate Tao patterns. He tore apart the universe sword formation, crushed the Black God Ant and Xia Wendy's attacks, and appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng. Die! Sha Tianya, whose eyes were bloodshot, let out a roar and launched a sure-kill attack at Yi Qinfeng. At this moment, the soul power in Yi Qinfeng's mind exploded, forming a dizziness force that blasted into his soul sea. His soul trembled, and his attack speed was slightly affected. Sha Tianya's attack was slow, but Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge. If he dodged, Sha Tianya would have a chance to escape. Yi Qinfeng didn't care about the cost. While the universe sword formation defended, the Black God Ant, Xia Wendy, and Qinggu Qiu appeared and attacked Sha Tianya together. Even Pejun and Rin too appeared at this moment, unleashing their most powerful attacks to kill their way over. Boom, 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 earth-shattering explosions reverberated through the 9 heavens. Yi Qinfeng, who received Sha Tianya's attack head-on, was sent flying. If he wasn't strong enough, this collision would have destroyed him. Xia Wendy and the others were also injured at the same time, and their defensive formation was broken. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the void. The intense battle between the Xingluo sky wall and the 9 heavenly layers had finally concluded. The 9 heavenly layers were shattered by the Xingluo sky wall, turning into Tao pattern fragments that rained down from the sky. With the 9 heavenly layers shattered, the Star Emperor's clone immediately controlled the Xingluo sky wall to come crashing down. With the power to destroy everything, it blasted toward Sha Tianya, whose expression changed drastically. Sensing the danger, Sha Tianya instinctively wanted to dodge, but the Black God Ant's reaction was faster. It stretched out its strong arms and hugged Sha Tianya, preventing him from dodging. Boom! The Xingluo sky wall came crashing down, and the terrifying power shattered Sha Tianya's arms that were raised up high. His 2 legs were also pressed into the ground by this terrifying power. At the brink of death, Sha Tianya, whose white hair was fluttering, burned his blood essence and borrowed the power of the Heaven City to break open the Xingluo sky wall. Suddenly, a blinding sword light flashed in front of his eyes. His pupils contracted as he saw Yi Qinfeng thrusting over with the Emperor Heaven Sword. For this sword, Yi Qinfeng had raised his attack power to the peak and even activated the Sword Soul. The power of the Emperor Heaven Sword's Sword Soul could be said to be shocking and unparalleled. Sha Tianya's defense was broken, and the Emperor Heaven's Sword pierced into his forehead like a hot knife through butter. Large amounts of cracks appeared in his head. "Sha! Tianya, go repent in hell!" Yi Qinfeng roared, and his surging power and Tao intent burst out. Boundless power surged out from the Emperor Heaven's sword and pierced through the Heaven Suppression Pearl's defense, causing Sha Tianya's head and soul to explode, ending his sinful life. Mobile reading website. Book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the bookmark button at the bottom to record your reading history. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 989. Dead. Sha Tianya was dead. Witnessing Sha Tianya's head being pierced by Yi Qinfeng's sword and dying on the spot shocked everyone present. Watermark advertisement test, especially the experts of Xingluo Heaven City. They were so scared that their bodies trembled. They looked at the tyrannical Yi Qinfeng in fear that he would take revenge. Heaven-suppressing orb keep. After killing Sha Tianya in one strike, Yi Qinfeng immediately took away Xingluo Heaven City's treasures, the 3 heaven-suppressing orbs, the Gu Dao treasure, Gu Fanqing, and Xingluo's doppelganger. Taking away the heaven-suppressing orbs meant that Yi Qinfeng had become the master of Xingluo Heaven City. By borrowing the power of the 3 heaven-suppressing orbs, he could directly borrow the power of Xingluo Heaven City to surpass the limits of a combat beast emperor. Luo Xin, the experts of the heaven race, will definitely take revenge for me. Suddenly, a painful roar reverberated through the 9 heavens like a surging wave that resounded through the horizon. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng and the others saw the space in the distance tremble violently. 6 deadly dragons flew through the air, causing the space to collapse. Following that, the old woman's roar disappeared, and the chaotic space gradually returned to normal. Phew! The almighty expert of the heaven race is finally dead. Yi Qinfeng let out a long breath and revealed a smile. If the old woman did not die, she would definitely become a poisonous thorn in the Xingluo continent. Yi Qinfeng would not be able to eat or sleep in peace, and he would not be able to leave in peace. Many thanks to Senior for helping. Yi Qinfeng will never forget it. Yi Qinfeng saw Luo Shen flying over and immediately went forward to express his gratitude. Junior, do you know why I took such a huge risk to help you kill the almighty expert of the heaven race? Luo Shen returned the 9-dragon jade annulus to Yi Qinfeng and called him to the side. She looked deeply at him and asked, "Senior saw hope in me?" Yi Qinfeng said in a neither arrogant nor humble manner, "Yes, I do see hope in you to rebuild the legacy of our human race, which is why I took the risk to help you. However, although the Xingluo continent's celestial race inheritance has been destroyed, the celestial race's true inheritance is not here, so you still have a long way to go to rebuild the human race's inheritance. The slightest mistake could lead to eternal damnation." Luo Shen nodded and said, "Junior understands, but no matter how great the difficulties and obstacles are, Junior will not give up." Yi Qinfeng slowly said, his voice filled with an incomparably strong conviction. "All right, Junior, the matter here is done. I'm leaving. Let's meet again if fate wills it. I hope you won't disappoint me." After speaking, Luo Shen Luo stepped out in the air. Her figure turned blurry and vanished before Yi Qinfeng's eyes. "Now that Sha Tianya is dead, do you still want to continue resisting?" After Luo Shen Luo left, Yi Qinfeng stepped on the air and arrived in front of the Xingluo Heaven City experts. His sharp eyes looked at them and questioned them without allowing them to resist. Looking into Yi Qinfeng's eyes that were sharper than a blade and feeling the aura he emitted, the Xingluo Heaven City experts were terrified. No one dared to contradict him in public, and no one dared to resist. "Qinfeng, now that Sha Tianya and Sha Binyan are dead, you will be the new master of Xingluo Heaven City. I believe that in your hands, Xingluo Heaven City will be even more glorious." Kong Sungqin intentionally said. Yi Qinfeng did not decline and nodded. "I don't know if any of you have any objections." Greetings to the city, lord under the leadership of the Xingluo Heaven City Great Protector Shaze. One by one, the Xingluo Heaven City experts lowered their noble heads and came forward to greet Yi Qinfeng. As for the eastern region, Lord Luo Ho, he was so scared that his body trembled. He was afraid that Yi Qinfeng would take revenge on him. Luo Ho. Just as Luo Ho was nervous and thinking about whether to escape from Xingluo Heaven City, a thunderous voice sounded in his ears. He was so scared that 2 of his 3 souls left his body. Large amounts of sweat appeared on his forehead. City Lord, I am here. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Luo Ho stood up in the crowd and braced himself. Luo Ho, I will leave the cleaning up to you. If you do a good job, you will still be the Eastern Region Lord. But if you do not handle it well, you can bring your head to me. Although Yi Qinfeng and Luo Ho had a grudge, he knew that Luo Ho was capable and left the cleaning up to him. Don't worry, City Lord. I am good at this. I will definitely satisfy you. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Luo Ho was overjoyed. He patted his chest and promised, Everyone, let us go to the Xingluo Great Hall. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng led the group to the majestic star, Luo Palace. The walls of the palace were inlaid with jades that looked like the stars in the sky. Qinfeng, congratulations on becoming the new city, Lord of Xingluo Heaven City. We can rest assured that Xingluo Heaven City will be in your hands. Bai Feng smiled and congratulated. They believed that under Yi Qinfeng's leadership, Xingluo Heaven City would definitely walk towards glory. The Xingluo continent would also truly stabilize. After eliminating Sha Tianya, the True Demon Clan, and the Sun Luo Hall, the Xingluo continent should be stable for a short period of time. I hope that the other celestial race inheritances will not retaliate against us. Yi Qinfeng sat on the main seat of the Great Hall and slowly said, Qinfeng, are there any other celestial race inheritances in this world? By family head, Bai Qingtian asked. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, The celestial race's biggest inheritance is the 9 Heavens God Kingdom. The 9 Heavens God Kingdom was one of the 3 great God Kingdoms in the Central World. Bai Qingtian and the others all gasped. Although Xingluo Heaven City was the overlord of the Xingluo continent, its overall power was still far from the 9 Heavens God Kingdom. If the 9 Heavens God Kingdom wanted to retaliate, they would not be able to stop them. Everyone, don't be too nervous. The 3 great God Kingdoms have a very delicate relationship. The 9 Heavens God Kingdom probably won't retaliate against us. And I plan to go to the Central World soon to take a look. Yi Qinfeng said, Central World. Xia Wendy raised her eyebrows and looked at Yi Qinfeng thoughtfully, but didn't say anything. Xingluo Heaven City changed, and the news of Yi Qinfeng becoming the new master of Xingluo Heaven City spread like a hurricane across the entire Xingluo continent. Many restaurants and tea houses were spreading his amazing deeds and methods, making him even more miraculous. When Yi Qinfeng's fame reached its peak in the Xingluo continent, he refined the 3 heaven suppression orbs. Xingluo's avatar, Gu Fanqing, took away part of the collection of the Xingluo Heaven City and handed it over to Changguqiu to manage. Wendy, I plan to leave the Xingluo continent with Senior Jiang tomorrow and return to the Eastern continent. If there is a chance, we will meet at the Central World. Before leaving, Yi Qinfeng found Xia Wendy and said, How do you know I want to go to the Central World? Xia Wendy blinked her big eyes and asked in surprise, You and I are the same kind of people, and we will not be limited to this world. If we want to ascend to the heaven realm, we have to go to the Central World. Yi Qinfeng said with a smile, I didn't think you would know me that well. Xia Wendy showed 2 cute little dimples and said, Then we will meet at the Central World. After saying goodbye to Xia Wendy, Yi Qinfeng settled down in the Xingluo Heaven City. Then, accompanied by Kong Sungqin, Bai Feng, and Zhang Biwa, he left the Xingluo continent. Mobile reading website, book address. To make it easier for you to read next time, You can click Save at the bottom to record this reading. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 990. Seagulls, Blue Sky and Boundless Sea. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test the 3 ships, were like giant blades, cutting through the waves and tearing apart the blue sea. Finally, a boundless continent was faintly discernible in the thick sea fog. Northern Spiritual Region, I'm finally back. Nick Hang, how are you? Yi Qinfeng stood on the deck of the ship and looked at the continent in the distance. The image of Yu Nichang's beautiful face unconsciously appeared in his mind. After leaving Xingluo continent, Yi Qinfeng was accompanied by Kong Sungqin and the other 2 level 6 beast emperors. They met up with the Misty Mountain and the Fu family who were guarding Slaughter City, 3-Star Island, and took the ship back to the Duhan continent. In the few months after returning to the Northern Spiritual Region, Yi Qinfeng had refined 3 great Dao pills that were over 200,000 years old that he had obtained from the Imperial Mausoleum of Xingluo. Ling Yu and Fu Qingshan had both broken through to level 3 beast emperors. When Ling Yu had broken through, he had attracted the terrifying 1,000 lightning tribulation. After passing through the 1,000 lightning tribulation, Ling Yu's strength had increased by more than 10 times. His strength had reached 70 million Jin, which was enough to defeat an ordinary level 5 beast emperor. Boss, you can't wait to go to the Yu family and make them submit to you. Beg you to forgive their ignorance. Then marry Miss Yu in the Yu family and live happily ever after with her, right? The Chaos Divine Beast laid lazily on the deck and looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was slightly excited, and said with a big mouth, "If the Yu family doesn't know what's good for them and does something to harm Nick Hang, I don't mind making them disappear from the eastern continent." Although the Yu family was an 8th rank Holy Land, their overall strength was far inferior to Xingluo Sky City. Even compared to Jiangbai's Jasper Palace, there was still a big gap. With Yi Qinfeng's current strength, it was enough to eliminate the Yu family. Boss, you're getting more and more domineering. I like the Chaos Divine Beast howled. The 3 ships moved faster and faster. Soon, the 3 ships sailed into a busy harbor in the northern continent with a large number of fishing boats avoiding them. Sister Wandering, have you really decided to return to the old site of Misty Mountain and rebuild there? Yi Qinfeng asked softly as the group of people got off the ship. He came to the side of the tall and slender Xue Piaoling, who was dressed in a dark green silk dress. Yes, I've discussed it with Master and the others. Misty Mountain is our route. We can't give it up. Xue Piaoling nodded and said, although the ethereal wonderland was destroyed, it came from the heaven realm after all. It would not be completely destroyed. So we decided to rebuild the ethereal mountain on the old site. All right, since you have decided, we will go to the old site of the Misty Mountain first. After helping you rebuild it, I will go to the eastern continent, Yi Qinfeng said. Thank you, Xue Piaoling said gratefully. She was very touched that Yi Qinfeng was willing to waste time for them. As the group flew toward the old site of Misty Mountain, Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul suddenly sensed a dozen flying spiritual beasts flying toward them from behind a towering mountain in the distance. We can't go on. Our cyan-winged birds are on the verge of death. If we fly for another hour, they will explode and die. A young man with a pale face covered in blood, who was a level 3 Defiant Beast King, looked at the dozen men in black behind him and said tiredly and anxiously, Senior Brother Feng Hen, what should we do? I don't want to die yet. A young girl in a white dress with a bleeding arm said in despair. Large amounts of tears welled up in her eyes. She was about to cry, let's fight with them. Even if I die, I will take one of them with me. A big man with a full beard gritted his teeth and said. He looked like he was going to fight with his life on the line. That's right. Even if we die, we can't embarrass the Sky Cloud sect. There are no cowards in the Sky Cloud sect. Lu Yinhen nodded and said, Everyone, calm down and heal quickly. When they catch up, we will fight them to the death." As soon as Lu Yinhen finished speaking, many martial artists' faces showed despair and helplessness. Two pretty girls were so scared that they trembled and shed tears. There were people. Why were there so many people in front of them? When the sky cloud sex people rode their dying cyan-winged birds and flew over the towering and majestic mountain peak, they were shocked. They saw a dense crowd of people appear in front of them, directly sealing off the void, blocking their path. Just as they were in a panic and hesitating whether to take the risk, they saw Yi Qinfeng, Shui Piaoling, and the others' familiar faces. Their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. "Yes, it's the people from Misty Mountain. They are back. We are saved." Lu Yinhen and the others didn't expect that they would meet people from Misty Mountain at this moment of life and death. They activated their cyan-winged bird's potential and quickly flew over. "Retreat!" The 10 men in black who were chasing after them were shocked when they saw the dense crowd of people in front of them. They immediately gave up the idea of chasing and wanted to retreat quickly. Chaos stopped them. "Don't let them get away." Yi Qinfeng's eyes flashed coldly. He looked at the 10 men in black who were running away and ordered, "Leave it to me, boss." The divine beast of chaos roared. Its huge body sped up. With a terrifying demonic power, it intercepted the 12 men in black. Die! Blocked by the chaos divine beast, the 10 men in black all took out their weapons and attacked the chaos divine beast with all their strength, trying to force it to retreat. After merging with the white tiger skeleton, the chaos divine beast became extremely terrifying. The 10 men in black's attacks couldn't hurt it at all. Hell! With a roar that pierced through clouds and cracked rocks, the chaos divine beast's roar knocked out the 10 men in black and several huge flying spiritual beasts. They blacked out and fell from the sky, unconscious on the ground. "Thank you, Sect Master Shui. Thank you for saving my life." Seeing the chaos divine beast knock out the 10 men in black with one roar, Lu Yinhen was shocked and also very happy. He let out a long sigh and said gratefully, "Yinhen, what happened? Who is chasing after you? How is your Flowing Cloud sect?" Shui Piaomiao looked at the heavily injured Flowing Cloud sect's eldest disciple, Lu Yinhen, and asked, Sect Master Shui, in these years when you disappeared, the Northern Spirit region has been attacked by the flames of war. Not only was my Flowing Cloud sect destroyed by those bastards of the Western continent, but the Sword Valley also suffered heavy casualties. Now that the Northern Spirit region is controlled by the Western Demon sect, we can only be displaced and hide. Lu Yinhen sighed softly and told her about the situation of the Northern Spirit region. The Northern Spirit region was controlled by the Western Demon sect. Yi Qinfeng raised his eyebrows and said, "Is Mo Fengyin also in the Northern Spirit region?" "Yes, I heard that Mo Fengyin is cultivating at the old site of Misty Mountain. Now, his strength has become even more terrifying." Lu Yinhen said, "This Mo Fengyin must have found a great opportunity at the old site of Misty Immortal Realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed here for so long." Yi Qinfeng slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, Let's go to Misty Mountain and meet our old friends." After speaking, Yi Qinfeng waved his hand and killed the 10 men in black, whose hands were stained with the blood of the Northern Spirit region martial artists. Then he led everyone to Misty Mountain. "I'm finally back. Please give me a red packet. Mobile reading site. Book address. In order to make it easier for you to read next time, you can click the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. Next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support." Chapter 991. The Misty Mountain was finally back. After several days of traveling, Yi Qinfeng and his group flew back to the old site of the Misty Mountain. looking at the endless and undulating misty mountain and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surrounding the peaks. Yi Qinfeng said lightly, "I didn't expect Mo Fengyan to help us rebuild the misty mountain and restore the vitality here. This saved us a lot of trouble. Let's go into the mountain." With that, Yi Qinfeng and his group flew into the lush and ancient misty mountain. How dare you! This was the West Devil sect. Outsiders would be killed without mercy. Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to tear the restriction on the misty mountain, an angry roar sounded. More than 10 disciples of the West Devil sect walked out of the restriction on the mountain. However, when they saw hundreds of Misty Mountain disciples, they were obviously shocked. From today onwards, there was no West Devil sect in the northern spirit region. Yi Qinfeng said domineeringly. He waved his arm lightly, and a large number of sword Dao patterns fell down like mercury, killing more than 10 West Devil sect disciples. Then Yi Qinfeng reached out with his hand, and the will of the 5 elements gushed out of his body and transformed into a giant hand of the 5 elements. It slammed down fiercely, and the terrifying power of the will of the 5 elements directly tore apart the restriction hidden in the mountain. After tearing apart the outer restriction, Yi Qinfeng and his group immediately flew into the Misty Mountain. When they broke through several restrictions and arrived at the peak of the Misty Mountain, they found that the peak was shrouded in a terrifying array. Faintly discernible formation runes flickered in the void, sealing off the entire void. Well, they didn't expect Mo Fengyan to set up such a powerful array. Feeling the power of the forbidden space array before them, Yi Qinfeng's eyes shot out beams of light. The power of the God-Eater brain radiated out completely, deducing the power of the forbidden space array before them. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound broke through the air. Yi Qinfeng's eyes locked on one point. He quickly drew out his sword. A sword light of several feet long shot out and pierced forward. Crack! The terrifying forbidden space array was attacked by Yi Qinfeng's sword. It shattered like glass, and a large number of cracks spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. The devil concentrates the moment the forbidden space array shattered. Yi Qinfeng saw Mo Qianxin, who was controlling the array core. Mo Qianxin was Mo Fengyan's clone. His existence was enough to prove that Mo Fengyan was in Misty Mountain. "Where are you going?" Mo Qianxin immediately tried to flee, but Yi Qinfeng was even faster. Using his absolute power, he pierced through the broken restriction and chased after Mo Qianxin. "Stop! If you come any closer, we'll kill them." Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to catch up to Mo Qianxin, more than 10 Western Devil Sect experts appeared, holding more than 10 skinny martial artists hostage. These martial artists were all Misty Mountain disciples who had not left with Shui Piaoling back then. "Don't hurt them. If you dare to hurt them, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Shui Piaoling and the others who were following closely behind Yi Qinfeng slightly changed their expressions. They glared at the West Devil Sect's experts and warned loudly, "I can let them go, but you have to leave Misty Mountain. Otherwise, we will kill them immediately." Mo Qianxin coldly threatened Yi Qinfeng as he looked coldly at him. "Humph! You think you can threaten me?" Yi Qinfeng sneered. Soul force erupted from his mind, forming a terrifying, dizzying force. Like a heavy hammer, it smashed into the soul seas of the Western Devil Sect's experts who were holding Shui Piaoling's disciples hostage. Bang! 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 After being hit by Yi Qinfeng's dizzying attack, the soul seas of the Western Devil Sect's experts immediately exploded. A large amount of blood spurted out from their exploded heads. They fell into a pool of blood and died. Seeing Yi Qinfeng kill more than 10 Western Devil Sect experts without batting an eyelid, Mo Qianxin's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Just as he regained his senses and turned to flee, a faint light flashed before his eyes. Yi Qinfeng appeared in front of him at a speed that was beyond his imagination and landed a punch on his body, sending him flying. "Qinfeng, watch out!" The instant Yi Qinfeng sent Mo Qinshin flying, a blood shadow suddenly appeared. With a speed faster than light, it emitted a piercing sound wave as it attacked Yi Qinfeng. Demonic ghost chains despite the scarlet blood, heavenly bat's close attack. Yi Qinfeng did not panic. Ignoring the piercing sound wave, 5 black demonic ghost chains shot out from Yi Qinfeng's body like 5 black dragons, coiling around the scarlet blood, heavenly bat. After breaking through to the 4th grade combat beast emperor realm, Yi Qinfeng's strength had reached a terrifying level. The demonic ghost chains that he condensed were even more powerful, directly sealing off the scarlet blood, heavenly bat's escape route, binding it and preventing it from moving. So powerful. Qinfeng has actually become so powerful. Seeing Yi Qinfeng easily bind the scarlet blood heavenly bat, Shui Piaoling and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. They had never imagined that in just 3 years, Yi Qinfeng would grow to such a level to be able to easily suppress an 8th grade heavenly beast. Mo Qinshin, tell me where Mo Fengyun is. If you cooperate, I can spare your life. Yi Qinfeng looked at Mo Qinshin, who was lying on the ground with his chest deformed, and asked without allowing any resistance. Yi Qinfeng originally wanted to release his soul spirit to find Mo Fengyun. However, when his soul spirit covered the entire Misty Peak, he could not find Mo Fengyun. He had no choice but to interrogate Mo Qinshin. Faced with Yi Qinfeng's interrogation, Mo Qinshin ignored it and closed his eyes, pretending to be dead. Do you think that by pretending to be dead, I can't do anything to you? Yi Qinfeng sneered and appeared beside Mo Qinshin. He condensed the demonic ghost chains to bind Mo Qinshin's body and borrowed the power of the God-Eater brain to search his soul. At this moment, in an independent space deep in the ruins of the ethereal immortal realm, Mo Fengyun, who was wearing a black robe and soaking in a pool, suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. He was trying to break through to the level 5 beast emperor realm. Yi Qinfeng, you are indeed my fated enemy. In just 3 years, you have grown to such a level. After witnessing Yi Qinfeng's astonishing strength through Mo Qinshin, Mo Fengyun revealed a dignified and surprised expression. Although he had found a lot of opportunities in the misty immortal realm ruins, and his strength had increased, he was only a step away from breaking through to the 5th grade beast emperor. He also had a huge trump card. However, Yi Qinfeng had too many helpers. He had no choice but to avoid him. Yi Qinfeng, sooner or later, I will kill you and send you to hell with my own hands. And Mo Fengyun swore in his heart. Feeling the threat from Yi Qinfeng, Mo Fengyun had no choice but to give up the idea of breaking through to the 5th grade beast emperor and leave quickly. However, when he stealthily opened the space restriction and left through the escape route he had dug earlier, 2 extremely sharp sword rays cut through the space. One sword sealed off his escape route, while the other slashed at him, forcing him to dodge quickly. In the next moment, a huge hand of Tao fell from the sky with unparalleled destructive power. It broke through the thick layers and restricted space and grabbed at Mo Fengyun, forcing him out of the misty immortal realm. Mo Fengyun, we meet again. Where are you going? Yi Qinfeng put his hands behind his back and looked at Mo Fengyun, who had a dignified and gloomy expression, and said with a faint smile, Yi Qinfeng, I didn't expect you would dare to come back. Mo Fengyun frowned and said in a low voice, Why wouldn't I dare to come back? Yi Qinfeng sneered and said overbearingly, This time I will see who can stop me. Mobile reading website. Book address. In order to make it easier for you to read next time, you can click the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 992. Fine. Let me see how strong you are now. Mo Fengyun's spiritual beast, the golden eyes fiendish python, emerged from his body and hovered above his head. It spat out its long forked tongue and glared at Yi Qinfeng. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement test. I didn't expect your spiritual beast to mutate and turn into a flood dragon. Yi Qinfeng didn't look surprised when he saw the horn on the forehead of Mo Fingyun's spiritual beast, the golden eyes, fiendish python. No matter how strong Mo Fengyun was, he couldn't threaten him. Sky Fiend Dao, Soldier Mo Fengyun, quickly merged with the golden eyes fiendish python and slashed at Yi Qinfeng with the Sky Fiend Dao soldier. He wanted to capture him and take him away. The low-grade Dao weapon seemed a little shabby now. In the past, the low-grade Dao weapon could be considered the #1 treasure in the Western continent. But now, Yi Qinfeng had robbed Xingluo Sky City and Sanluo Hall. He had more than 10 mid-grade Dao weapons and even more low-grade Dao weapons. Courting death. When Mo Fengyun saw that Yi Qinfeng blocked the attack of the Sky Fiend Dao soldier with his bare hand, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. 40 saber Dao patterns merged with the Sky Fiend Dao soldier and increased its power. He wanted to slash Yi Qinfeng's hand off, but Yi Qinfeng's hand was comparable to a mid-grade Dao weapon. The Sky Fiend Dao soldier slashed at it with irresistible force, but it couldn't hurt his hand. Mo Fengyun felt as if his saber had slashed at the hardest black iron. A strong force passed through the Sky Fiend Dao soldier and into his arm. It cracked the web between his thumb and index finger, and there was a trace of numbness in his arm. What? How is this possible? Mo Fengyun's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng's physical body was so strong that his saber attack couldn't hurt him at all. Nothing is impossible. Today, I will let you know how big the gap between our strength is. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng stretched out his hand. The Tao will of the 5 elements gushed out and turned into a huge, colorful hand that covered the sky. With an unparalleled sense of oppression, it suppressed Mo Fengyun. 8 heavens of the 5 elements Tao intent after witnessing over 85 elemental Tao patterns gushing out from Yi Qinfeng's body. Mo Fengyun's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't believe that in just a few years, Yi Qinfeng had grown to such an extent. He frantically dodged with all his might. In his heart, there was even a trace of regret. He regretted that he didn't go all out to kill Yi Qinfeng back then. But now he had no way out. If he couldn't defeat Yi Qinfeng, only death would await him. Boom! The palm of 5 elements smashed down, directly distorting the void. Waves of powerful space power surged in all directions and heavily bombarded Mo Fengyun, who could not dodge in time. The impact caused his qi and blood to churn, and a stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Mo Fengyun, when we meet again, you have truly disappointed me. If your strength is only at this level, you don't even have the qualifications to submit to me. The 6th soul Devourer brain was left for him. But if Mo Fengyun's strength and potential could not satisfy Yi Qinfeng, then Yi Qinfeng would not waste such a precious soul Devourer brain on him. Demon heart, bloodline ignition, beast soul form Mo Fengyun wiped the blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth and quickly ignited his demon heart and bloodline power. He transformed into his strongest beast soul form and fought with all his might. Yi Qinfeng, I want you dead. Mo Fengyun, who was filled with demonic aura, roared. He raised the Tao intent he had comprehended to the extreme and raised his attack power to the greatest extent. He slashed at Yi Qinfeng. The power of this slash is passable, but it is still far from enough to hurt me. Yi Qinfeng stood in silence, allowing Mo Fengyun to slash at him. Just as Mo Fengyun's slash was about to hit Yi Qinfeng's head, a layer of golden defensive light enveloped Yi Qinfeng's body, further increasing his attack power. Qi! The sound of cloth being torn was heard. Mo Fengyun had used all his strength to tear apart the golden body technique. But when the Sky Demon Tao weapon, whose power had been reduced to the extreme, slashed at Yi Qinfeng's head, it could not hurt him at all. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's shocking strength, Mo Fengyan was terrified. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but the moment he retreated, Yi Qinfeng took a step forward. A strange sword diagram appeared under his feet. A large number of sword Dao patterns shot out and attacked Mo Fengyan like a rain of swords. They broke through his defense like a hot knife through butter and sent him flying. When Mo Fengyan was injured by Yi Qinfeng's sword steps, he suddenly locked his eyes on the beautiful and elegant Bai Xia, who was wearing a snow-white dress. He wanted to use her to threaten Yi Qinfeng and fight for a chance to survive. Suddenly, Zhang Bue, who was wearing a phoenix robe, stood in front of him. The power that erupted from her body made Mo Fengyan feel as if his liver and guts were being torn apart. Sixth grade battle beast Emperor Mo Fengyan's heart trembled. He did not dare to get close to Zhang Bue and quickly turned back. But at this moment, Yi Qinfeng suddenly approached him and clamped his right hand on his shoulder like a clamp. Then, with a force of tens of millions of pounds, Yi Qinfeng threw Mo Fengyan, who had lost control of his body, to the ground. He smashed a huge hole in the ground, and a large amount of blood gushed out from his body. Immortal state energy, fusion Mo Fengyan's body, was severely injured again and again. He used his last trump card. He borrowed the power of the demon heart and forcibly fused the immortal state energy from the ethereal immortal realm into his body. He suppressed his injuries and stimulated his body's potential to increase his strength. Sky Demon Slash of 10 directions after using the immortal state energy to increase his cultivation level. Mo Fengyan ignored his injuries and slashed out the cross-blade slash. It split the void and slashed towards Yi Qinfeng. Boom! Yi Qinfeng quickly punched out. The terrifying fist smashed the Sky Demon Slash of 10 directions and appeared in front of Mo Fengyan under his horrified gaze. Heavenly demons dance in all directions as Yi Qinfeng closed in. Mo Fengyan unleashed his ultimate move. 8 Sky Devil Saber Lights slashed down, carrying with them the power to destroy everything, aiming for Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng's pupils constricted as the 8 heavenly demonic saber auras slashed down. He quickly struck out with his palm. The terrifying will of the way turned into a ferocious, illusory dragon that tore through the heavenly demonic saber auras. It landed heavily on Mo Fengyan's body, severely injuring him and sending him flying. Mo Fengyan smelled the threat of death after suffering so many injuries. However, he did not accept his fate. He quickly took out a pitch-black heaven, fruit the size of a longan fruit, and swallowed it. He had found this heaven fruit in the ruins of the misty immortal realm. Because the spirit energy it contained was too strong, he had never dared to consume it. But now he had no choice but to go all out. In the next moment, his body swelled up. Large amounts of blood and energy flowed out of his pores. The immense pain made his entire face contort. As Mo Fengyan's strength increased, Yi Qinfeng closed in again. He unleashed 25 million pounds of strength and the will of the way of the 5 elements to attack Mo Fengyan with all his might. He completely suppressed Mo Fengyan's attack, ravaged his body, and sent his swollen body flying again and again. Mo Fengyan's body was ravaged, but his body's potential was stimulated bit by bit under Yi Qinfeng's tide-like attacks. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded across the sky. The dazzling sun was covered by rapidly gathering dark clouds. Under Yi Qinfeng's ferocious attacks, Mo Fengyan was on the verge of death. His potential was completely stimulated. After absorbing a large amount of the heaven fruit's energy, Mo Fengyan attracted heaven's punishment. Mobile reading site, book address. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 993. Mo Fengyan, if you can pass the divine punishment and sublimate your Tao, I will give you a chance to live and let you submit to me. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, testing that Mo Fengyan had attracted the divine punishment. Yi Qinfeng revealed a meaningful smile. He stopped attacking him and quickly retreated to the side. When Yi Qinfeng retreated, the heavily injured Mo Fengyan did not dare to stay any longer. He wanted to take this opportunity to escape. However, when he tried his best to break out of the encirclement, an illusory figure stood in front of him, blocking his path. Yi Qinfeng, do you want to perish together with me? Feeling that the divine punishment was about to descend, Mo Fengyan, who was under great pressure and smelled the scent of death, roared at Yi Qinfeng. Mo Fengyan, don't be nervous. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, I said, if you can pass the divine punishment, I will give you a chance to submit to me. But if you fail, you will be struck to death by the divine punishment. You can't blame anyone. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's calm appearance, Mo Fengyan felt uneasy. However, Yi Qinfeng was too strong. He could not break out of the encirclement with his strength. Helpless, Mo Fengyan could only suppress the impulse and uneasiness in his heart. He quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, adjusted his breathing, and waited for the divine punishment to descend. If he could pass the divine punishment and break through to the 5th level, Mo Fengyan felt that he might have a chance to live. At the moment of life and death, he could only stake everything on a single throw, competing with the heavens, gambling with the heavens. The divine punishment was about to descend. Everyone quickly retreated to the outside of the tribulation area. Feeling that the divine punishment attracted by Mo Fengyan was not ordinary, Kong Sungchen and the others quickly led the people of the Misty Mountain to the outside of the tribulation area in case they were attacked by the divine punishment. What kind of divine punishment would Mo Fengyan attract when he broke through to the 5th level? Yi Qinfeng looked at the rolling tribulation clouds in the sky that were getting thicker and thicker. He showed a trace of expectation. I hope it won't disappoint me. The reason why Yi Qinfeng showed mercy was that he wanted to subdue Mo Fengyan. If he could subdue him, Yi Qinfeng could do a lot of things with his identity. Rumble-deafening roars of thunder rang out from the black tribulation cloud that was tens of zhang high. The frightening sound caused many of the weaker Misty Mountain disciples to instinctively feel fear. Their legs could not help but tremble. It was as if the heavenly punishment was descending, and they would be crushed by the heavenly punishment, leaving not even their bones behind. As the thunder in the tribulation clouds became more and more frequent, a doomsday appeared in the thick tribulation clouds, reflecting a black light that illuminated the entire space. The strange scene was as if the end of the world had arrived. Armageddon, heavenly punishment. This Mo Fengyan really didn't disappoint me. If he could survive the Armageddon, heavenly punishment, his strength and Tao intent would grow a lot, and he would become an important chess piece for me. Yi Qinfeng was well aware of the power of the sun extinguishing heavenly punishment. He revealed a faint smile as his body flickered and appeared beside Mo Qinshin, who was still bound by the sky demon. He untied him and threw him towards Mo Fengyan. Seeing Yi Qinfeng toss Mo Qinshin over, Mo Fengyan frowned. However, he didn't waste Yi Qinfeng's good intentions. He quickly fused with Mo Qinshin, further increasing his strength. Boom! 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 Just as Mo Fengyan was refining the ancient heavenly fruit that he suspected came from the heavenly domain to heal his injuries, nearly 1,000 bolts of lightning shot down like the Milky Way, bombarding Mo Fengyan and Yi Qinfeng, who was in the tribulation area. Sensing the terror of the heavenly punishment, many Misty Mountain disciples who weren't mentally strong fell to the ground in fright. Their faces were ashen as their bodies trembled. Yi Qinfeng didn't react to the extremely destructive bolts of lightning as he stood in the air. He allowed the bolts of lightning to strike his body, using the power of lightning to temper his physical body. Yi Qinfeng easily endured the heavenly punishment, but Mo Fengyan wasn't as calm as him. He held the sky demon Dao weapon and attacked with all his might, shaking the heavenly punishment. The heavenly fruit that Mo Fengyan had consumed contained an extremely large amount of energy. Under the heavenly punishment, the energy of the heavenly fruit constantly fused into Mo Fengyan's body, replenishing his body's energy and supporting him to go through the tribulation. Although Yi Qinfeng was engulfed by 1,000 bolts of lightning, they couldn't break through his physical body's defense, let alone injure him. Under the tempering of the lightning bolts, he tried to fuse the heavenly punishment's power into his Shinjua acupoint, slowly increasing the strength of his physical body. Senior Jiang, will Qinfeng be all right? Although Yi Qinfeng was strong, Ji Qingxue and Bai Xia couldn't help but feel nervous after witnessing him being engulfed by several hundred bolts of lightning. Don't worry. Qingfeng's strength far surpasses us 3 old fellows. This level of heavenly punishment won't be a threat to him. Looking at the 2 beautiful faces, Kong Sungchen said with a faint smile. He wasn't worried about Yi Qinfeng's safety at all. More and more lightning bolts broke through the tribulation clouds. Yi Qinfeng and Mo Fengyan endured nearly 2 hours of baptism before the first level of heavenly punishment disappeared. Just as the first level of heavenly punishment, which was covered in blood and had charred skin, dissipated, the most terrifying sun-extinguishing heavenly punishment descended. When it landed in midair, the sun-extinguishing heavenly punishment split into 2 and tore through the void, attacking Yi Qinfeng and Mo Fengyan, respectively. 5 Tao intents: heaven and earth Tao intent, life and death Tao intent, confinement when the sun-extinguishing heavenly punishment struck down like falling stars. The 3 great fused Tao wills gushed out of Yi Qinfeng's body and transformed into a huge hand that covered the sky. It grabbed the sun-extinguishing heavenly punishment and held it in its palm, imprisoning it. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng deduced the 3 Tao intents to the extreme and used the power of the Tao intents to condense the doomsday heavenly punishment. The terrifying Tao intents fluctuated, twisting and tearing the void, forming a destructive storm. After more than an hour, under the refinement of the 3 fused Tao intents deduced by Yi Qinfeng, the sun-extinguishing heavenly punishment was condensed to the size of a fist. Then Yi Qinfeng opened his mouth and swallowed the sun-extinguishing heavenly punishment, which was enough to destroy a level 5 combat beast emperor. Ignoring the intense pain in his body, he controlled the chaos divine to suppress the sun-extinguishing heavenly punishment. He activated the divine change of 9 transformations and refined the sun-extinguishing heavenly punishment into the Shen K meridian at his navel, transforming it into a spiritual pearl. The scene of him swallowing the sun-extinguishing heavenly punishment also shocked the people of Misty Mountain. Even Kong Sungchen and the other 2 revealed a look of surprise and admiration. They knew that they couldn't do something like swallowing the doomsday heavenly punishment directly. The power of the heavenly punishment could destroy their bodies. Yi Qinfeng directly swallowed the sun-extinguishing heavenly punishment, but Mo Fengyan wasn't as calm as him. His body was destroyed beyond recognition by the sun-extinguishing heavenly punishment. White bones were exposed in many places, and his internal organs were severely damaged. He gave it his all, burning his demonic heart to the extreme, deducing Tao intents and racking his brains, but he still couldn't withstand the destruction of the sun-extinguishing heavenly punishment. If it wasn't for the heavenly fruits that continuously healed his severely injured body and replenished his energy, he would have been killed by the sun-extinguishing heavenly punishment. Damn it, is the difference in strength between him and me really that big? Seeing Yi Qinfeng swallowing the sun-extinguishing heavenly punishment, Mo Fengyan's heart turned cold. He had a feeling that even if he survived the heavenly punishment and broke through to the level 5 combat beast emperor realm, he wouldn't be able to escape. He had already lost control of his life. mobile reading site, book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 994. Rumble. While Mo Fengyin was distracted by Yi Qinfeng refining the sun, extinguishing heavenly punishment, the power of the heavenly punishment shattered his deduced Tao intent and bombarded his body, almost destroying him. Mo Fengyin opened his mouth. Seeing that the severely injured Mo Fengyin couldn't withstand the baptism of the sun extinguishing heavenly punishment and was about to die, a resonant voice rang in his ears, shaking his soul. Instinctively opening his mouth, Yi Qinfeng flicked his finger, and a great Tao pill that contained a powerful Tao flew into his mouth. It transformed into a majestic medicinal power that merged into his body, healing his injuries and accelerating the transformation of his cultivation base. Great Tao, Pill Mo Fengyin was moved. He didn't expect that Yi Qinfeng would give him such a valuable, great Tao pill at such a crucial moment. Although he knew that Yi Qinfeng had a motive for saving his life at such a crucial moment, he had no choice. If he couldn't survive the sun extinguishing heavenly punishment, he would be killed by the sun extinguishing heavenly punishment. Heavenly demon dance in all directions with the support of the great Tao pill's majestic soul power. Mo Fengyin wielded the heavenly demon Tao weapon and constantly slashed out heavenly demon saber shadows to attack the sun extinguishing heavenly punishment, causing cracks to appear on the black doomsday. A large number of Tao patterns merged into his flesh and blood, increasing his comprehension of Tao intent. The black doomsday cracked, and the extermination array patterns that surged out were even more powerful. They engulfed Mo Fengyin like a tide and continued to worsen his injuries. Demon Heart, explode! Mo Fengyin made up his mind and took the risk to detonate the power of the Demon Heart. A monstrous demonic aura poured out of his body, tearing his flesh apart and merging into his cells to resist the extermination array patterns. Mo Fengyin's action was very dangerous. If he was careless, he would be doomed eternally. However, with the heavenly fruit and great Tao pill's continuous healing, Mo Fengyin managed to survive the most difficult moment and accumulated enough energy. 5th grade combat Beast Emperor breakthrough. Mo Fengyin, who was covered in blood, shouted and controlled the powerful energy in his body. He broke through the bottleneck and became a 5th grade combat Beast Emperor. Heavenly demon dance in all directions the moment his strength surged. Mo Fengyin gathered his strongest power and slashed out 8 heavenly demon saber shadows, shattering the sun, extinguishing heavenly punishment, and surviving the heavenly punishment. When the sun extinguishing heavenly punishment shattered, it immediately transformed into a large number of Tao patterns that fused into Mo Fengyin's body, elevating his comprehension of Tao will. Blood shadow at the moment of the breakthrough. Mo Fengyin disregarded his injuries and turned into hundreds of blood shadows of various shapes and sizes. He besieged Yi Qinfeng and instantly surrounded him. In the next moment, Mo Fengyin executed the Shadow Tao insight and increased his speed as he flew towards the ethereal immortal domain with the intention of seizing the opportunity to kill his way out of the encirclement. Just as Mo Fengyin was about to break out of the encirclement, a dizzying force beyond his imagination blasted into his sea of soul, causing his sea of soul to tremble and produce a strong sense of dizziness. Mo Fengyin, stop your futile struggles and submit to me obediently. Yi Qinfeng unleashed an astonishing power, shattering the blood shadows that were attacking him. He appeared in front of Mo Fengyin, who had just broken through to the 5th level Beast Emperor realm, and slammed his palm towards his head. Sensing the danger, Mo Fengyin woke up from his dizziness and instinctively defended himself. However, when the demonic light blasted out by Mo Fengyin hit Yi Qinfeng's palm, it shattered inch by inch. The palm that was filled with powerful Tao insight slammed heavily on his head, causing his head to crack. A large amount of blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. After cracking Mo Fingyun's head and knocking him out, Yi Qinfeng immediately brought him into the universe realm and took out the Soul Eater's brain. Through the crack in Mo Fingyun's head, it entered his sea of soul and eroded his consciousness. In a coma, Mo Fengyan was powerless to resist the invasion of the Soul Eater's brain. Soon, the Soul Eater's brain invaded his brain and took control of him. Whoosh! A basin of ice water was poured on Mo Fengyun's face, waking him up from his coma. Mo Fengyan, you will follow me from now on. Although you will lose some freedom, I will give you a broader stage. Yi Qinfeng looked at Mo Fengyan, who was unwilling but powerless to resist, and said plainly, "Yes, because of the existence of the Soul Eater's brain, Mo Fengyan was powerless to resist Yi Qinfeng's thoughts." He nodded helplessly and spat out a word. "Mo Fengyan, it seems that you are still unconvinced. How about this? Let's make a bet. I will stand here and take your strongest move. If you can make me take a step back, I will return your freedom. What do you think?" Yi Qinfeng looked at Mo Fengyun's unwilling expression and said slowly, "Really?" Mo Fengyan raised his eyebrows and revealed a trace of surprise. After breaking through to the 5th grade combat Beast Emperor realm, Mo Fengyun's attack power had increased by more than 10 times. He could even shatter annihilating heavenly punishment with his full strength. He was confident that he could make Yi Qinfeng tremble. "Since I have said it, I will definitely do it." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, calmly, standing in silence, "All right, I hope you will keep your promise." Mo Fengyan took a deep breath and a sharp light shot out from his eyes. He burned his qi, blood, and bloodline power to the greatest extent to increase his attack power. The terrifying Tao will and demonic qi blended together and transformed into various visions, which were terrifying. "Be careful," Mo Fengyan exhorted. He ignored the injuries on his body and merged the power of the visions into the heavenly demon Tao soldier. He activated the heavenly demon dance in all directions and slashed out 8 times in an instant. The 8 heavenly demon blade shadows overlapped and turned the void upside down. Surging and roaring waves slashed toward Yi Qinfeng, trying to make him move. Divine demon bloodline sensing the great power of Mo Fengyun's slash, Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile. He instantly ignited his bloodline and transformed into the terrifying divine demon body. In the next moment, a large amount of Tao will gushed out from his body and blended together quickly to form a shield of Tao will to resist Mo Fengyun's heavenly demon dance in all directions. Boom! 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 When the 8 overlapping slashes hit the shield of Tao will, there was a series of explosions. The terrifying power caused the void to tremble violently. Under Mo Fengyun's all-out attack, the shield of Tao will formed by Yi Qinfeng's deduction of Tao will shattered. The terrifying heavenly demon blade shadows slashed toward Yi Qinfeng with shocking power. In the face of the remaining power of the heavenly demon blade shadows, Yi Qinfeng's expression did not change at all. Silently, he stood in place and watched as the heavenly demon blade shadows slashed at his shoulder. Crack! Crack! When the 8 overlapping heavenly demon blades slashed at Yi Qinfeng's shoulder, they were immediately shattered by the power of more than 100 million kilograms surging in his body. They quickly disintegrated and finally dissipated in the void. Mo Fengyan, you should be willing to submit to me now, right? Yi Qinfeng looked at the dumbfounded Mo Fengyan and said indifferently, "I am willing." Mo Fengyan did not expect that he would still be unable to defeat Yi Qinfeng after breaking through to the level 5 combat Beast Emperor realm. A strong sense of helplessness arose in his heart. He obediently lowered his noble head and submitted to Yi Qinfeng. "These are for you." After Mo Fengyan submitted to him, Yi Qinfeng was not stingy. He gave him the mid-grade Tao Tool Weeping Blood Demon Blade, the Tao Tool Ghost Killing Array Diagram, and the low-grade Holy Art Green Heaven Secret Art. holding the three great treasures that Yi Qinfeng gave him. Mo Fengyun's eyes were wide open, and his hands could not help but tremble. When his soul entered the jade slip, it was as if he was struck by lightning. His mind went blank, and he stood there in a daze. He did not react for a long time. Mobile reading site. Book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Collect button at the bottom to record your reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 995. Qingfeng, you've subdued him? Kong Sungqin and the others who were waiting at the ethereal immortal realm asked when they saw Mo Fengyin respectfully following Yi Qinfeng to the outside world. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test well. Mo Fengyin is one of us from now on. Yi Qinfeng nodded and transmitted his voice to Xue Piaoling and the others. He told them why he didn't kill Mo Fengyin and why he kept him by his side. They understood. Well, since Mo Fengyin is willing to submit to you, let's forget about all the grudges. Xue Songqin glanced at Mo Fengyin, who was standing behind Yi Qinfeng, and said, now that Mo Fengyin had submitted, Ethereal Mountain was no longer a threat. Yi Qinfeng gave Xue Piaoling the pseudo-Dao treasure blood skull avatar that he got from killing Blood Demon. He also gave her hundreds of spiritual herb seeds that he got from the ancient herb garden and asked her to plant them in Ethereal Mountain. If nurtured well, these hundreds of spiritual herbs would be enough to restore the spirituality of Ethereal Mountain and make it a paradise again. Mo Fengyin, come with me. I have something to ask you. After settling Jiang Xingqin and the others down on a cliff with a nice view, Yi Qinfeng had Xue Piaoling and the others start rebuilding. Then he called Mo Fengyin to a secluded place. Young Master Yi, do you want to ask about Miss Yu's situation? Mo Fengyin asked cleverly. Well, I want to know about Nichang's situation. Is she okay? Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, back then, Yi Qinfeng and Yu Nikhang made a 3-year promise. However, the situation in Xingluo continent was too complicated. Not only was the Octahead Kingdom involved, but it also involved the inheritance of the divine tribe. Yi Qinfeng had wasted too much time. Therefore, he was very eager to know about Yu Nichang's situation and make a plan. Miss Yu seems to have been locked up in the forbidden area by the Yu family and hasn't shown up for so many years. However, as far as I know, Miss Yu's situation is fine. No one has come to propose marriage for so many years. That's good. Yi Qinfeng let out a long sigh of relief. His heart was finally at ease. As long as Yu Nikhang was fine, all the problems would be solved. However, there has been some unrest in the eastern continent these years. A mysterious force has invaded the eastern continent and cooperated with the East EC Palace to open the abyss of hell in the depths of the East Sea and seize the opportunities inside. Mo Fengyin, mysterious faction, abyss of hell. Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly. Back when Yi Qinfeng refined the primal chaos divine wood, the words Eastern Continent's Abyss of Hell appeared in the primal chaos divine wood. This made Yi Qinfeng suspect that the Abyss of Hell might be related to his origin. Yi Qinfeng asked, was the mysterious power from the Central Continent's divine nation? From Yes. But Izhi? S.A. Fengyun's S. Yi Qinfeng pondered and asked, do you know if the Yu family has any contact with people from this? I don't know. The Yu family doesn't trust me. That's why I didn't stay in the Yu family for long. However, with Yu Chan's ambition, she wouldn't waste the opportunity to get in touch with this Tao of demons. It seems like I have to hurry to the Yu family to propose marriage. Yi Qinfeng thought to himself, Mo Fengyin, don't mention to anyone that you've submitted to me. Erase part of the soul memories of the West Demon Sect's disciples. I don't want the Yu family to know that I'm coming. Yi Qinfeng ordered, not allowing anyone to refuse. Mo Fengyin nodded and obeyed. After the conversation, Yi Qinfeng found Shuepiaoling and gave her the Class 8 heavenly beast, twin-tailed demonic fox, to be her contracted beast. Since the Fu family had joined the Misty Mountain, Fu Qingshan chose to stay and guard the place. He didn't follow Yi Qinfeng to the eastern continent. After the arrangements were made, Yi Qinfeng bade farewell to everyone. Accompanied by Kong Sungqin, the king of massacre, and the others, he left the Misty Mountain and rushed to the eastern continent to propose marriage. Moon Cliff, one of the Yu family's forbidden grounds. Nick Hang, it's been 4 years. Are you still not giving up? He should be dead and won't be coming back. Yu Rao was wearing a white robe with a phoenix pattern on it. She had a head full of silver hair and sharp eyes. She held a dragon-headed walking stick and slowly walked to the side of Yu Nishang, who was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the cliff. She looked at her thin face and slowly said, "If Cheng Feng is dead, I'll accompany him." Yu Nikhang closed her eyes and said calmly, "Nikhang, is it worth it for you to do this for a man? Even if he is not dead, do you think he would dare to come back? If he dares to come back, both your father and your ancestor will kill him." Yu Rao said in a low voice, "Also, there is a great opportunity in front of you, but you don't cherish it. Do you know how many people are jealous of this opportunity? I don't want this opportunity. Whoever wants it can take it." Yu Nikhang said without a trace of emotion. Her calm voice showed that her heart was already dead. Yu Rao's eyes were filled with anger. She said in a low voice, "Nikhang, if you believe that Yi Qinfeng dares to come back, then you should worship Master Qian as your teacher. For Master Qian's sake, I can make the decision to spare Yi Qinfeng's life. Everything will wait until Cheng Feng comes back. Before he comes back, I won't make any decisions." Yu Nikhang said resolutely, "Yu Nikhang, I hope you don't challenge my patience. Otherwise, I promise you will regret it." Yu Rao said angrily when she saw that Yu Nikhang was stubborn, "If he dies, I won't live alone. So, it doesn't matter whether I worship him as my teacher or not, let alone regret it." Yu Nishang slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Yu Rao's gloomy face and indifferently said, "Yu Nikhang, you can't make this decision. For the family, you must worship Master Qian as your teacher." Yu Rao lost her patience and gave an irresistible order. "Ancestor, I am a person. I am not a tool of the Yu family. If you force me again, I would rather kill myself than compromise." Yu Nikhang said firmly. Yu Rao's face twisted in anger. Okay, I won't force you. But Nikhang, I advise you to think about it carefully. Worship Master Qian as your teacher will only bring you benefits. If you anger Master Qian, not only you, but the entire Yu family will be buried with you. Do you want to see that? Yu Rao saw that Yu Nikhang was threatening her with death and did not dare to anger her anymore. She suppressed her anger and used both the carrot and the stick. After speaking, Yu Rao left the moon cliff angrily. "Cheng Feng, I miss you so much. Where are you? Please be safe." Yu Nikhang knew that Yi Qinfeng was a man of his word. However, 3 years had passed and there was no news of Yi Qinfeng. She could not help but worry that something had happened to Yi Qinfeng. Just as Yu Nikhang stood on the moon cliff and looked into the distance and was lost in thought, a powerful aura came through the void and pressed down on her body. It made it difficult for her to breathe, and her legs trembled. In the next moment, a man in a red robe with a face covered in thick makeup, lips like fire and long black hair draped over his shoulders. He had a tall and sturdy figure, and his body emitted the fragrance of makeup as he stepped through the air. Seeing this strange man, Yu Nikhang, who was under great pressure, showed disgust in her eyes. However, there was a trace of panic in her heart. She had a bad premonition. Mobile reading site, book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button below to record this reading record. Next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 996. What do you want? Yu Nishang took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in her heart. She looked at the demon wearing a red robe, who was neither a man nor a woman, and asked in a low voice, "Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test, don't be nervous. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to see my good disciple." The red-robed man's red lips curled up slightly, but he spoke in a strange female voice. "I'm not your disciple, and I don't need you to see me," Yu Nikhang said coldly. "Yu Nikhang, I really don't understand why you're so resistant to becoming my disciple. Do you think I'm not worthy of being your master? Or do you think I'll harm you?" The red-robed man smiled faintly and spoke like a woman. "I don't know if you'll harm me, but you must have a motive for choosing me. Tell me your true motive." Yu Nikhang bit her lips tightly as she endured the pressure. He, all right. Since you want to know, then I'll tell you. I'm interested in the power hidden in your body. If you offer it to me, I can give it to you, give you benefits that the Yu clan can't even imagine. The red-robed man pursed his lips and smiled. His strange appearance made Yu Nikhang feel like vomiting. "I don't have any hidden power in my body." "You're wrong." Yu Nishang's arms were tightly crossed in front of her. She looked at the red-robed man with a pale face and said vigilantly, "Sai, I'm sincere, but you don't appreciate it. Since that's the case, don't blame me for forcefully taking away the mysterious power in your body." As he spoke, a large amount of will of Tao gushed out of the red-robed man's body, transforming into a huge hand of will of Tao. It grabbed the pale-faced and trembling moon raiment, directly grabbing her in its hand. Let go of me. If you don't let go of me, I'll kill myself immediately." Yu Nikhang struggled as she warned. Blue veins squirmed on her forehead, and she seemed to be in extreme pain. During this time, no one from the Yu family appeared. In order to curry favor with the God Nation's expert, the Yu family chose to sacrifice Yu Nikhang again in exchange for the family's benefits. "Kill yourself. It's not up to you." The red-robed man revealed a strange smile as a large amount of Tao insight broke through the defenses of Yu Nichang's body and bore into her body, directly sealing all the meridians in her body and not giving her a chance to commit suicide. The next moment, a blood-red, devouring vortex appeared in the red-robed man's palm. He pressed it against Yu Nichang's head and forcibly stole the mysterious power hidden in her body. "Stop! Stop!" The terrifying devouring power drilled into Yu Nichang's body, making her feel as if her body was being torn apart. It was so painful that she was hovering between life and death. However, the red-robed man did not care. He relied on his powerful strength to forcibly seize the mysterious power within Yu Nichang's body. Right when Yu Nikhang was on the verge of fainting from the pain and her life was hanging by a thread, a strand of terrifying energy suddenly effused out from her body, and it instantly shattered the devouring energy and Tao insight hand before blasting the red-robed man, who wasn't able to dodge in time flying. What a terrible power! The red-robed man's expression changed slightly. His right hand that was hidden in his sleeve was torn open by this power. A large amount of blood seeped out, and his entire hand trembled incessantly. After the mysterious power forced the red-robed man back, Yu Nikhang, who was bleeding from the corner of her mouth, suddenly raised her right hand and slapped towards the top of her head. She wanted to commit suicide. "Stop!" The red-robed man sped up and appeared beside Yu Nikhang. He grabbed her hand and did not give her the chance to commit suicide. "Don't be agitated. It's fine if you don't want to take me as your master. I won't force you. You don't have to commit suicide." The red-robed man concealed the greed in his eyes. Several thoughts flashed through his mind. He said coldly, leaving behind the weeping moon raiment. Then he turned around and left. "Qingfeng, can you tell me what I should do?" Yu Reisheng's face was covered in tears as she collapsed on the ground. She allowed the tears to flow down her beautiful face as she spoke helplessly and desperately. The East Sea was the most mysterious and largest ocean among the 4 continents. No one knew how large it was, and no one knew how many fortuitous encounters were hidden in the East Sea because no one had explored the entire sea. Just as Yi Qinfeng's group was hurrying towards Yu Province City, a change occurred in the East Sea. A tremendous sound exploded in the depths of the East Sea, and the terrifying power directly collapsed several thousand kilometers of the sea, turning it into a vacuum zone. A large number of cultivators were killed by this sudden explosion, and countless sea beasts were reduced to ashes. Not even their corpses were left behind. As the explosion in the East Sea grew louder and louder, a spatial crack that stretched for an unknown number of kilometers appeared in the ocean, devouring everything in the space. The news of the upheaval in the East Sea spread like a hurricane across the entire eastern continent, causing a huge uproar. The higher-ups of the Yu family were alarmed and gathered together. According to the information from spies, the restrictions of the abyss of hell had been loosened. It would not be long before the experts of the Kirin Kingdom and the East Sea Palace would be able to break through the restrictions and enter. The abyss of hell was known as the greatest secret of the eastern continent, and the fortuitous encounters hidden inside were unimaginable. If the Yu family could obtain one of them, the benefits would be unimaginable. Yu Chan, who was wearing a black robe and had a black beard around his mouth, exuding a domineering aura, put down the teacup in his hand and spoke. After nearly 4 years of cultivation, Yu Chan's strength had improved again, reaching the 5th grade Beast Emperor realm. However, he was not satisfied and wanted to break through to the 6th grade Beast Emperor realm. That way, no one in the entire Yu family would be able to shake his position. Whether or not we could enter the abyss of hell would depend on Nichang's attitude. If she was willing to become Lord Qian's disciple, then the Yu family would be able to establish a relationship with the Kirin Kingdom and enter the abyss of hell. However, if she insisted on refusing and angered Lord Qian, then we could forget about obtaining any fortuitous encounters in the abyss of hell. Yu Rao, who was holding a dragon-headed walking stick with a gloomy expression, slowly spoke. That's right. Nick Hang is the key to entering the abyss of hell. Although Lord Qian did not leave any harsh words before he left, his attitude showed that he was very angry. If the Yu family was unable to quell his anger, everyone should be clear about the consequences. The second master of the Yu family, Yu Shan, who had been secretly competing with Yu Chan, nodded and spoke with ill intentions. Yu Shan is right. Nick Hang had already angered Lord Qian once. I do not wish for it to happen a second time. Yu Gu, who was the mainstay of the Yu family and had just broken through to the 6th grade Beast Emperor realm, nodded and said, Yu Chan, Nick Hang is your daughter. I will leave this matter to you. Don't worry, ancestor. I will handle Nichang's matter. No matter what, I will definitely make her become Lord Qian's disciple. Yu Chan glanced coldly at Yu Shan and promised. All right. Yu Gu nodded and said, as long as Nick Hang agrees to become Lord Qian's disciple, the Yu family is willing to agree to any of her conditions. Just as the Yu family reached a consensus and prepared to persuade Yu Nick Hang to become Lord Qian's disciple, the Yu family's old housekeeper walked in and said respectfully, 2 ancestors, master. There are 4 people outside who claim to be messengers from the Xingluo heavenly city. They brought betrothal gifts to the Yu family and proposed marriage to Miss Nick Hang on behalf of their Lord Qian. Proposing marriage to Nick Hang? Yu Chan and the others opened their eyes wide, revealing a surprised expression. What was the origin of the Xingluo heavenly city? Who was the Lord Qian? How did he know about Nick Hang? Yu Chan had never been to the Xingluo continent, so he didn't know about the origin of the Xingluo heavenly city. However, regarding this marriage proposal, he felt a trace of suspicion, and Yi Qinfeng's figure involuntarily appeared in his mind. After letting them in, Yu Gu pondered for a while and said, I would like to see who this Xingluo heavenly city lord is. Mobile reading site, book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. Next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 997. Yes, the person who came was not Yi Qinfeng. Yu Chan and the others frowned slightly as they looked at the King of Massacre, who was dressed in long black robes. His face was cold as if it had been carved by a knife, and he unconsciously exuded a sharp aura as he walked. Jiang Xingqian and the other two had cold and arrogant expressions as they followed behind him. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement test. Although the King of Massacre and the other three had deliberately concealed their strength, Yu Gu, Yu Chan, and the others felt a dangerous aura when they first saw them. The King of Massacre's group of 4 had just walked into the luxurious and magnificent main hall when Yu Gu's turbid eyes shot out resplendent starlight. A powerful aura was emitted from his body, like a towering mountain range, oppressing the 4 of them. Humph! Being oppressed by Yu Gu's aura, by Feng, who was standing on the far left, snorted coldly. An even more terrifying aura was emitted from his body, shattering the oppressing aura like an avalanche. Like a surging tide, it bombarded Yu Gu, whose expression changed greatly. Kacha! Being attacked by Baifeng's aura, the ancient wooden chair Yu Gu was sitting on instantly turned into dust. Although he resisted this terrifying aura with his strength, the blood and qi in his body started to boil. Just as he was shocked by Baifeng's strength, Kong Sungqin and Zhang Bue simultaneously released their powerful auras, oppressing Yu Gu, causing him to feel suffocated in an instant. 3 level 6 beast emperors feeling the auras released by Baifeng and the other 2. Yu Gu's heart was in turmoil. He did not expect Kong Sungqin and the other 2 to be level 6 beast emperors like him, and even stronger than him. Yu family head, is this how the Yu family treats their guests? The King of Massacre looked coldly at Yu Chan, whose expression was uncertain, and questioned in a low voice. Please don't misunderstand. We don't mean any harm. The old ancestor is a martial fanatic. When he sees experts of the same realm, he likes to compete with them. Yu Chan instantly returned to normal and explained softly. Not bad. Level 6 beast emperors are rare in the eastern continent, and the strength of the 3 of you is truly admirable. Several thoughts flashed through Yu Gu's mind as he found himself a way out. That's right, I don't know who the city lord is. And how does he know about Nick Hang? Seeing Kong Sungqin, Zhang Bue retracted her aura. Yu Chan let out a sigh of relief and changed the topic. If you agree to our city lord's proposal of marriage, you will naturally be able to see our city lord. As for how they met, let's wait for our city lord to personally tell us. The King of Massacre said in a tone that was neither arrogant nor humble. Proposing marriage is a very important matter. Can we discuss it first? Yu Chan quickly exchanged a glance with Yu Gu and asked politely. Okay, the King of Massacre nodded and said, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrange seats for our guests. Don't neglect our guests. Yu Chan ordered loudly. After the King of Massacre and the other 3 were seated and tea was served, Yu Chan transmitted her voice to Yu Gu and Yu Rao. 2 old ancestors. Do you think the city lord of Xingluo Sky City is Yi Qinfeng? It shouldn't be. Yu Gu thought for a while and said, With that Yi Qinfeng's strength, there's no way he could tame 3 level 6 beast emperors. It's even more impossible for him to become the city lord of Xingluo Sky City. That's right. At first, I also suspected that the city lord of Xingluo Sky City was Yi Qinfeng. But now it seems like it's almost impossible. The power of Xingluo Sky City is probably even more terrifying than the East Sea Palace. Yu Rao nodded and agreed. But the appearance of these 4 people was too strange. Moreover, Nick Hang hadn't shown her face in the outside world for the past few years. How did the city lord of Xingluo Sky City know her? Yu Chan transmitted her voice with a frown. Although Nick Hang hadn't left the Yu family for the past few years, she had been training outside. Moreover, she had followed Yi Qinfeng overseas once. The city lord of Xingluo Sky City was most likely an overseas power. Perhaps they had met a few years ago. Yugu analyzed. Old ancestor, what do you think we should do? If we agree to the city lord of Xingluo Sky City's marriage proposal, we will definitely become enemies with Lord Qian. But if we don't agree, I'm afraid they won't let it go either. Yu Chan said with some difficulty. Yu Chan, it's still too early for us to consider these things. Everything still depends on Nichang's attitude. Yu Gu transmitted his voice. Tell me honestly, how confident are you in persuading Nick Hang to accept Lord Qian as her master? At most 10% or even lower. Yu Chan said with some helplessness. Therefore, my Yu family wanting to get close to the Kirin kingdom was just wishful thinking. However, the appearance of the city lord of Xingluo Sky City gave my Yu family hope to rise again. If my Yu family can form a marriage alliance with them and develop our overseas power, it might be a good opportunity for us. Yu Gu said cunningly, but I'm afraid that Nick Hang will still refuse. Thinking about Yu Nichang's attitude, Yu Chan felt a headache and annoyance. How do you know if you don't try? Maybe under the pressure from Lord Qian, Nick Hang will compromise. Yu Rao said, okay, then let's try. Because she rejected the idea that the city lord of Xingluo Sky City was Yi Qinfeng, Yu Chan decided to test Yu Nichang's attitude. If she could form a relationship with the city lord of Xingluo Sky City, it would be a good choice. For distinguished guests, I just discussed with the two old ancestors. We do hope to form a marriage alliance with your city, but my daughter is a bit stubborn, so I have to ask for her opinion first. Yu Chan glanced at the King of Massacre and the others who were drinking tea in silence. Of course, but before that, Yu family's head should take a look at our betrothal gifts. As he spoke, the King of Massacre took out the things he had prepared to propose marriage from his universe ring. Looking at the 14 Dao artifacts floating in front of the King of Massacre, the entire hall was filled with gasps. Almost everyone's gaze was attracted to them. My Xingluo Sky City's betrothal gifts are 1 mid-grade Dao artifact, 3 low-grade Dao artifacts, 10 pseudo-Dao artifacts, 3 Dao pills, and 2 high-grade Dao jade slips. Looking at the burning gazes of the crowd, the King of Massacre slowly said, "What a big deal." After seeing the betrothal gifts that the King of Massacre took out, Yu Gu, Yu Chan, and the others were really moved. Compared to the betrothal gifts that the East Sea Palace brought, they could only be described as shabby. This also allowed them to see that Xingluo Sky City's strength and foundation definitely surpassed the East Sea Palace's. If Miss Nick Hang agrees to our city lord's proposal, these gifts will be yours. The King of Massacre looked at Yu Chan's burning gaze and said temptingly, "Don't worry, I will do my best to persuade Nick Hang." Yu Chan took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in her heart as she promised. He did not doubt that if he could obtain these betrothal gifts, his strength would increase greatly. He would also be able to use the Dao pills to build the most solid foundation and prepare to break through to Class 6 Combat Beast Emperor. "Oh right, you family head, before we came here, our city lord asked me to pass this jade slip to Miss Nick Hang. Maybe she will agree to our city lord's proposal." The King of Massacre took out another jade slip and passed it to Yu Chan. "Okay, I will pass it to Nick Hang." Yu Chan nodded and said, "Many thanks. These 5 pseudo-Dao pills will be a gift to the Yu family head for your hard work. We will be back in 3 days. I hope you won't disappoint our city lord." The King of Massacre kept the betrothal gifts and left behind the 5 pseudo-Dao pills. Yu Chan and the others personally sent him off as he left the Yu family residence. Mobile reading website. Book address. In order to make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this book. You will be able to see it the next time you open your bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 998. Forefather. What is the background of Xingluo Heaven City? Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement test back in the hall. Yu Shan asked with jealousy. If Yu Chan were to get close to Xingluo Heaven City, then he would have no chance of becoming the head of the Yu family. He might even be killed by Yu Chan. Xingluo Heaven City should be a superpower in the sea. Judging from their power and wealth, they should be more powerful than the East Sea Palace. Yu Gu took a sip of the tea, filled with spiritual energy, and said slowly, Forefather, I feel that their appearance is too sudden. Something is wrong. If we marry Xingluo Heaven City, we will offend Master Qian. Please reconsider. Yu Shan objected. Yu Shan, at this moment, put away your petty thoughts. I have already made my decision. I don't need you to change it. Yu Gu glared at Yu Shan angrily and said, Okay, Yu Chan stays. Everyone else can go back. Forefather, should we look at the contents of this jade slip? After Yu Shan and the others left, Yu Chan looked at the palm-sized jade slip in her hand and asked, Give me the jade slip. I want to see who the castellan of Xingluo Heaven City is. Yu Gu took the jade slip and released his powerful soul into the jade slip. He wanted to see the contents of the jade slip. Buzz! As soon as Yu Gu's soul entered the jade slip, he felt a strong dizziness coming from the jade slip. It shook his soul. Then the soul restriction in the jade slip exploded with a shocking power. It fought fiercely with Yu Gu's soul. About half an incense stick of time later, Yu Gu, whose forehead was dripping with sweat, paid the price of injuring his soul to break the spell on the jade slip. He released his soul and penetrated it, discovering that the jade slip only contained a set of basic body-tempering soul spells. Besides that, there was no other information. Forefather, are you okay? Seeing the blood flowing out of Yu Gu's 7 orifices, Yu Chan's heart tightened. She quickly stepped forward and asked, What a terrifying restriction! This person's soul is unimaginably strong, far stronger than mine. Yu Gu took a deep breath and wiped away the blood flowing out from his 7 orifices. He said with lingering fear, If that's the case, Xingluo Sky City City Lord is also a level 6 beast emperor. Yu Chan asked in surprise, If Xingluo Sky City Lord could really become his son-in-law, then he would be able to obtain unimaginable benefits from him. Breaking through to level 6 beast emperor was just around the corner. Yu Gu pondered for a moment and said, If it was even higher, wouldn't that mean that Yu Chan's eyes widened and she felt like she was about to faint from surprise? Yu Chan, don't be happy too early. Everything depends on Nichang's attitude. If she doesn't agree, not only will we not be able to rely on Xingluo Sky City's big tree, we might even offend them. Yu Gu looked at Yu Chan, who couldn't hide her joy, and said in a low voice, Yes, I will try my best to persuade Nick Hang. When the time comes, I will need the cooperation of the 2 forefathers. Yu Chan revealed a smile and discussed with Yu Gu how to persuade Yu Nick Hang. A cool breeze blew past, causing Yu Nichang's long black hair to flutter. She looked as if she had lost her soul. She stared blankly into the distance, lost in endless thoughts. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps entered her ears, pulling her back from her thoughts. Don't try to persuade me. Even if I die, I won't take that transvestite as my master. Yu Nick Hang saw Yu Chan and the other 2 arrive. Her dead eyes didn't show any reaction. Her voice was filled with determination. Nick Hang, we know that Qian Huahua doesn't have good intentions in taking you as his disciple. However, the Kirin Kingdom is too powerful. Our Yu family can't contend against them, so we have no choice but to sacrifice you. However, since you don't agree, then Father won't force you. In order to make Qian Huahua give up, we have arranged a marriage for you. As long as you marry him, Qian Huahua will naturally give up. Our Yu family's crisis will also be resolved. Yu Chan revealed a loving smile and said, You can give up. Apart from Cheng Feng, I won't marry anyone else. Yu Nick Hang refused without hesitation. Nick Hang, why are you still so stubborn? Yu Chan said helplessly, Yi Chenfeng is dead. He won't come back. If you don't marry, you won't be able to escape from Qian Huahua's evil hands. Yes, we're doing this for your own good. The marriage we arranged for you is from overseas. As long as you marry him, Qian Huahua won't be able to do anything to you, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Yu Rao echoed from the side. Overseas, as soon as Yu Rao's voice fell, Yu Nishang's lifeless eyes shone with a bright light. Ripples appeared in her tranquil heart. Well, you should know that person. He calls himself the Castellan of Xingluo Sky City. Yu Gu nodded and said, This is the jade scroll he gave you. Take a look. Taking the jade scroll from Yu Gu, Yu Nichang's hands trembled. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. There was excitement, hesitation, expectation, and fear. She vaguely felt that the Castellan of Xingluo Sky City could be Yi Qinfeng, but she was afraid that it wasn't. When she released her soul into the jade scroll and found that it was the 6 Meridian God Gang cultivation method, her heart was filled with excitement. Large amounts of tears welled up in her eyes. He's back. He's really back. He's fine. My wait wasn't in vain. I've finally found him. At this moment, Yu Nikhang felt like she was in a dream. She had the urge to scream and vent her frustration. But in order to not let Yu Gu and the others see through her, Yu Nikhang suppressed the urge in her heart and tried to calm herself down. Nikhang, do you really know him? Where did he come from? What's his background? Although Yu Nikhang tried to hide it, the experienced Yu Gu and the others still saw through her. Yu Chan asked in a low voice, He's my friend overseas. I agree to this marriage. Yu Nikhang showed a smile that had disappeared for a long time and asked, Haha, my good daughter, you're finally thinking about us. Seeing you, Nikhang agree. Yu Chan's hanging heart finally settled down. In his opinion, his daughter's happiness was far less than the betrothal gift from the King of Murder. As long as Yu Nikhang agreed to marry, everything else was not a problem. Okay, Nikhang, go back with Father and prepare. Father will contact them now and confirm the date of your marriage. This time, I'll definitely marry off in a grand manner. To avoid any more accidents, Yu Gu wanted to confirm this marriage as soon as possible and get the betrothal gift. Yu Nikhang nodded and adjusted her state of mind. She left Moon Cliff, where she had been sitting for almost 4 years, and returned to the Yu family to wait for Yi Qinfeng to come and ask for her hand in marriage. Young Master Yi, the Yu family's housekeeper, is here and says that the Yu family has agreed to your marriage proposal. The King of Murder came to Yi Qinfeng's cultivation room and said in a low voice, Tell him that I will personally bring the betrothal gift to the Yu family tomorrow morning to ask for their hand in marriage and discuss the date of the marriage. At that time, I want to see Nikhang. Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile and said. The King of Murder nodded. Yu family, I hope that you won't do anything overboard tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll definitely make you regret it. Yi Qinfeng's deep eyes shone with a light that was sharper than a knife as he muttered to himself. For years ago, he ran away from the Yu family like a stray dog. This time, he had turned into a ferocious tiger. He bared his long fangs and announced his return to everyone. Mobile reading website. Book address. To make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this book. You will be able to see it the next time you open your bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 999. Early in the morning. The moon hadn't set yet, and the eastern sky was hazy. Suddenly, a ray of dawn revealed itself from the hazy sky and illuminated the entire earth. Watermark advertisement. Test watermark advertisement. Test let's go to the Yu family residence. After bathing and changing into a clean set of clothes, Yi Qinfeng was accompanied by Kong Sungqin and the others. They stepped on the first rays of the morning sun and headed towards the Yu family's residence at the center of Moon State City. Because Yi Qinfeng intentionally concealed his true identity, the Yu family spies hidden in the city were unable to see through his appearance under the interference of a large amount of illusion Tao patterns. Soon enough, Yi Qinfeng and the others arrived outside the Yu family's residence. Yu Chan and the others who received the news had been waiting for them outside the Yu family's residence since a long time ago. Ni Chang, when he saw Yu Nikhang standing by Yu Chan's side, Yi Qinfeng's expressionless face revealed a trace of excitement, and the tenderness in his eyes seemed to be able to melt one's heart. She was wearing a flower-patterned white pleated dress with a smoky silk scarf tied around her waist. She had a tall and graceful figure, and her brows were like crescent moons, and her eyes were like a myriad of stars. Qingfeng. Even though the illusion Tao intent concealed Yi Qinfeng's true appearance, Yu Nikhang was still able to recognize Yi Qinfeng at first glance. Her body stiffened, and large amounts of tears streaked down her absolutely beautiful face. At this moment, Yu Nikhang forgot the time, forgot the location, and forgot everything. She disregarded everything and ran over, under the astonished gazes of Yu Chan and the others. She threw herself into Yi Qinfeng's embrace and hugged him tightly as if she wanted to fuse herself into his body. "Nikhang, I'm back." Yi Qinfeng gently embraced Yu Nichang's soft body and leaned his head beside her ear as he spoke softly. "Qingfeng, I miss you. I miss you so much." Yu Nikhang buried her head in Yi Qinfeng's strong chest and felt the familiar scent and warmth from his body. Her tears fell uncontrollably. "I miss you too. From now on, we will never be apart," Yi Qinfeng promised softly. Just like that, the two of them leaned on each other tightly. At this moment, their hearts were also fused together, and there was no distinction between them. This is this. When they saw the scene before them, Yu Gu, Yu Chan, and the others were stunned, and they looked at Yi Qinfeng in unison as they wanted to see through the illusory Tao insight and see his true identity clearly. Meanwhile, Yi Qinfeng dispersed the illusory Tao insight and revealed his true appearance. "Yi Qinfeng, it's really him. How could it possibly be him?" When they saw Yi Qinfeng's true appearance, Yu Chan and the others felt as if they were struck by a bolt from the blue, and their bodies trembled as all of them were dumbstruck. Subsequently, Yu Chan felt as if he'd been played, and flames of rage that shot into the sky erupted from his body. "Yi Qinfeng, how audacious of you to actually dare play tricks on us. I won't forgive you today." As he spoke, Yu Chan circulated the Heaven Dance devil technique at high speeds, causing a devil shadow that was over 30 m tall to float up into appearance from his body, and it carried boundless devilish qi as it attacked Yi Qinfeng. "Qinfeng, watch out." Yu Nikhang never expected that Yu Chan would suddenly make a move, and her heart constricted as she intended to stand before Yi Qinfeng and help him resist the attack of the devil shadow. "Don't be afraid. Your father can't hurt me." Yi Qinfeng revealed a proud and aloof smile as he gently extended a finger, and it exploded with a force of millions of kilograms. Like a pillar that supported the heavens, his finger pointed towards the devil shadow that was overflowing with devilish qi. Qi! The Heaven Dance devil shadow was torn apart like a piece of cloth by Yi Qinfeng's finger, and it disappeared into the void. What? Everyone in the Yu family was stunned when they saw Yi Qinfeng tear apart the Heaven Dance devil shadow with a single finger. Even Yu Gu and Yu Rao revealed shocked expressions. They were shocked by Yi Qinfeng's attack power. "Yu family head, today is the big day of my engagement with Nikhang. I don't want to see blood, and I don't want to kill anyone. I hope you won't force me." Yi Qinfeng looked at Yu Chan, whose expression had changed drastically, and spoke in an overbearing manner. "What arrogance!" Yu Chan flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Let me tell you, don't you ever think of stepping into the Yu family." As soon as Yu Chan's words fell, the King of Slaughter and the other three all released their powerful auras, locking onto Yu Chan. The terrifying auras caused her legs to tremble, and even breathing became difficult. Roar! Just as the battle was about to erupt, two piercing dragon roars rang out from within the Yu family mansion. A two-headed, 500-meter-long level 9 heavenly beast black Jiao dragon, flew out of the Yu family mansion, roaring furiously at Yi Qinfeng and the others. Blue sky, Seal Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank, and he circulated the green sky secret art at high speed. A large amount of heavenly energy gathered, and a green sky seal with innate Tao patterns flew out of Yi Qinfeng's body, pressing down on the two-headed black Jiao dragon like a mountain. As Yi Qinfeng's mastery of the green sky secret art grew deeper and deeper, the power of the blue sky seal grew stronger and stronger. When the terrifying blue sky seal smashed into the two-headed black Jiao dragon, it broke through its tough dragon scales and smashed its body into a bloody mess. Tao of two extremes of life and death Yi Qinfeng pushed the Tao of life and death to the extreme, and struck out with the Tao of life and death Tao disc. It tore through the void above the Yu family mansion and smashed into the two-headed black Jiao dragon, sending its huge body flying, smashing into several ancient Yu family buildings. In just 3 years, how did this Yi Qinfeng's strength become so strong? Is he really human? After witnessing the scene of Yi Qinfeng heavily injuring the level 9 heavenly beast, the two-headed black Jiao dragon, Yu Gu and the others were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. They couldn't imagine how Yi Qinfeng had cultivated for the past 3 years. It could be said that Yi Qinfeng's cultivation speed had exceeded their imagination, and his strength had shocked everyone present, causing their hearts to tremble. Yu Chan, let me ask you one last time. Do you want to marry Nick Hang to me obediently, or do you want to fight to the death with me? Relying on his absolute strength to shock everyone present, Yi Qinfeng looked at Yu Chan, who was enduring the pressure and whose face was flushed red, and questioned coldly. Yi Qinfeng, are you really the city lord of Xingluo Heaven City? After witnessing Yi Qinfeng's strength and seeing the current situation, Yu Gu asked softly, That's right. I am the city lord of Xingluo Heaven City. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, If I agree to marry Nick Hang to you, all the betrothal gifts that you took out previously, Yi Qinfeng interrupted Yu Gu, saying in a rich and overbearing manner, Old ancestor, no. Seeing that Yu Gu was about to compromise, Yu Chan panicked. If she really married you Nick Hang to Yi Qinfeng, he would become the laughingstock of the entire eastern continent. Yu Chan, do you think your face is more important than your life? Do you believe that we will remove your Yu family from the entire eastern continent? The king of massacre, dressed in black robes and emanating a thick, killing intent, threatened coldly. You, do you think we can't do it? Looking at Yu Chan's gloomy face, the king of massacre said without holding back, I will make the decision for this matter. Yi Qinfeng, my Yu clan has seen your sincerity and your feelings for Naishang. I agree to let Naishang marry you. However, if I marry Nick Hang to you, my Yu family will definitely become enemies with the Kirin kingdom. Therefore, after you marry Nick Hang, we will need your protection. The cunning Yu Gu said, Sure. Although Yi Qinfeng didn't like the Yu family, Yu Chan, and Yu Gu, the Yu family was still Yu Nichang's home. For the sake of Yu Nick Hang, he didn't want to become enemies with the Yu family, nor did he want anything to happen to the Yu family. Therefore, he agreed without hesitation. Chengfeng, thank you. Yu Nick Hang was touched when she saw Yi Qinfeng making such a sacrifice for her. As long as I can marry you, I will agree to any conditions. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said tenderly, All right, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and welcome the new son-in-law. Yu Gu seemed to have forgotten about the previous unpleasantness. He immediately ordered people to invite Yi Qinfeng and the others to the Yu family's old residence. The heaven-made couple would finally be together. Mobile reading website, book address. To make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this book. You will be able to see it the next time you open your bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1000. The Yu family compromised, and Yi Qinfeng and Yu Nichang's marriage was no longer obstructed. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test under the personal supervision of Yu Gu. Yi Chin-fong and Yu Nichang's wedding was set for 3 days later. Perhaps it was to curry favor with Yi Chin-fong, but the Yu clan attached great importance to the marriage between the two of them. The entire Yu clan's old mansion was decorated. The old mansion was filled with beautiful spirit flowers, and their fragrance filled the air. Long red ribbons were wrapped around the walls and eaves, and large red lanterns were hung high up. The entire Yu family was filled with a joyous atmosphere. For a moment, the entire Moon Province city was bustling with noise and excitement. Cultivators came in an endless stream to congratulate them. The Heaven's Sword Palace Master came to congratulate them. The 9 Nether Mountain Grand Elder came to congratulate them. The Cold Moon Palace Master came to congratulate them. When the wedding day of Yi Chin-fong and Yu Nichang arrived, except for the EC Palace, almost all the forces in the eastern continent came to congratulate them. Brother Ching-fong, congratulations on getting a beauty. Wearing a white robe, Jian Chun and Jian Mali, who had broken through to the rank 2 Beast Emperor realm, came to Yi Chin-feng's side and congratulated him softly. Thank you. When will we drink your wedding wine? Looking at his good brother, Yi Chin-fong felt exceptionally happy as he said this with a smile. Soon, soon. Jian Chin glanced at Jian Mali's pretty face and said with a face full of happiness, Brother Yi, I heard that you have the strength to fight a rank 6 Beast Emperor. Thinking of the rumors, Jian Mali could not believe that his strength had grown to such an extent. Why? Do you still want to have a match with me? Yi Chin-fong knew that Jian Mali was a battle maniac, so he said, half-jokingly, Don't mess around, Lier. Even if you and I join hands now, I'm afraid we won't be Qingfeng's match. Although Yi Chin-fong deliberately concealed his aura, Jian Qin could feel a terrifying power from him. The bride had arrived. As more and more guests arrived, the Yu family's mansion became more and more lively. The beautiful Yu Nichang, who wore a phoenix coronet and a red robe, appeared accompanied by 2 pretty maids. The auspicious hour had arrived, and the wedding ceremony began. Under the auspices of a white-haired old man, Yi Chin-fong and Yu Nichang went through the complicated wedding ceremony and finally became a couple. The atmosphere in the mansion's mansion reached its peak at this moment. How dare you, Yu family? Who was the one who allowed her to get married? The Yu's favors Names's name, Yu's Names's is. The tall and sturdy Qian Huahua appeared in the sky above the Yu family's old residence, accompanied by 2 experts from the Qilin divine nation. She had painted her nails red and had heavy makeup on her face. The lively Yu family instantly quieted down because of their appearance. There was a hint of depression in the quiet atmosphere. Lord Qian Huahua, why are you here? Yu Gu had long expected that Qian Huahua would come. He quickly walked forward and asked with a face full of smiles, If I don't come, you will marry off my good disciple. Qian Huahua said with an unkind expression. He looked at Yi Chin-fong with a murderous look in his eyes. I'm not your disciple. I don't need you to ask who I want to marry. Yu Nichang retorted loudly as she glared at Qian Huahua with hatred. Humph, none of the people I set my eyes on can escape from my grasp. Qian Huahua coldly snorted and said, domineeringly, Damn transvestite, what a big tone. Today, I want to see who can force Nichang. Yi Chin-fong narrowed his eyes and stood in front of Yu Nichang. He stared coldly at the arrogant and overbearing Qian Huahua and said arrogantly, Damn it, you're looking for trouble. Qian Huahua hated being called a transvestite the most. He was immediately enraged. A surge of demonic qi was emitted from his body and locked onto Yi Chin-fong. Yi Chin-fong laughed coldly and said, You said you don't want to be a perfectly good man, but you want to be a woman. If I were your father, I would strangle you to death when you were born, so that you won't make a fool of yourself. Damn you, I'll grind your bones to dust. Qianhuahua was so angry that his entire body was trembling. The rolling demonic energy transformed into a ferocious wolf head, howling as it bit towards Yi Qinfeng. Seniors, you don't need to do anything. Leave him to me. Although Qianhuahua came from the Kirin kingdom, and his strength was far superior to an ordinary level 6 beast emperor, Yi Qinfeng was not afraid at all. He intended to use him as an example to intimidate everyone present. Bang! Yi Qinfeng quickly threw out a punch. Rolling Tao intent and tens of millions of gene of strength merged together. Like a dazzling meteor, the punch smashed the demonic Qi wolf head into pieces. Damn transvestite, show me your true strength. Otherwise, next year today will be your doomsday. Yi Qinfeng put his hands behind his back and looked at Qianhuahua, whose face was distorted with anger, and said domineeringly, "Stinking brat, I swear I'll grind your bones to dust." Qianhuahua was mad with anger. He instantly ignited his demonic Qi bloodline and turned into a terrifying demonic wolf body, attacking Yi Qinfeng. "Chengfeng, be careful." Yu Nikhang was well aware of Qianhuahua's strength. Seeing him attacking madly, she immediately became nervous. "Don't worry, he's just a transvestite. Watch me crush him to death." Yi Qinfeng revealed a confident smile. He ignited his Empyrean bloodline and channeled the rolling heavenly force into his body, rapidly increasing his strength. 100 wolves attacked Qianhuahua continued to deduce powerful Tao intent. In an instant, he turned into hundreds of black wolves and attacked Yi Qinfeng in the void. The wolves howled and attacked Yi Qinfeng, wanting to tear him apart and kill him. Purple beginning holy thunder, extinguish. When the hundreds of black wolves approached, a deafening sound of thunder resounded from Yi Qinfeng's body. Streaks of purple beginning holy thunder gushed out from his body, carrying the power to destroy everything. It shattered the black wolves and directly destroyed Qianhuahua's attack. Holy thunder! You've subdued a type of holy thunder. Qianhuahua felt the destructive power from the purple beginning holy thunder. He raised his brows and guessed the grade of the purple beginning holy thunder. His heavily made-up face revealed a look of disbelief. While he was still in shock, Yi Qinfeng suddenly approached with sword steps. The extremely sharp sword diagram shot out a large number of sword Tao patterns and attacked Qianhuahua. Blue sky seal while Qianhuahua was forcefully resisting the sword Tao pattern attack. Yi Qinfeng quickly formed seals with both hands. The rolling heavenly force and the Tao intent fused together, forming a mountain-like green palm print. It blasted towards Qianhuahua at close range. Caught off guard, Qianhuahua could only defend with all his strength. However, the blue sky seal's attack power was too terrifying. The shocking attack shattered Qianhuahua's defense like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It exploded with shocking power and blasted on his body, causing his blood to churn. He was forced to retreat. Boundless heavenly sword after gaining the upper hand with one strike. Yi Qinfeng immediately took out the Emperor's celestial sword and slashed out a strike that was as vast as the great Tao. The terrifying will of the Tao and the power of the heavens gathered together and directly split the void, slashing Qianhuahua down to the ground from midair. Courting death, Qianhuahua was injured. His two followers narrowed their eyes and attacked Yi Qinfeng at the same time, not giving him the chance to continue attacking Qianhuahua. Heavenly Tao disc Yi Qinfeng's hands moved like flowing water. The Tao intent and heavenly force that he had deduced to the extreme quickly condensed and turned into two heavenly Tao discs. It was like two huge spatial whirlpools that appeared out of nowhere, engulfing the Kirin Kingdom's experts, whose expressions changed greatly. Ping after being attacked by Yi Qinfeng's heavenly Tao disc, the attacks of the two Kirin Kingdom's experts, who were level 5 combat beast emperors, were immediately broken. Their bodies exploded and turned into two clouds of blood mist, dying on the spot. The scene of Yi Qinfeng exploding the two Kirin Kingdom's experts had shocked everyone present. The atmosphere in the Yu family became even more oppressive, making it hard for people to breathe. To commemorate, everyone, Adyen Lei's official WeChat account. If there are 1,000 users, I will add a new chapter. Official account address, YLTY83 mobile reading site. Book address. To make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the bookmark button at the bottom to record this book. You will be able to see it the next time you open your bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1001. Crazy. Was Yi Qinfeng crazy? He actually killed people from the Kirin Kingdom. Did he not want to live anymore? The Yu family was finished. If the Kirin Kingdom blamed him, the Yu family would also be implicated. Who would have thought that the Yu family's eldest daughter's wedding would cause another unforeseen event? Things were getting more and more lively. After witnessing the scene of Yi Qinfeng killing two experts from the Kirin Kingdom, the experts from the various major powers who had come to congratulate him began to discuss spiritedly. Many of them revealed shocked expressions, while others rejoiced in Yi Qinfeng's misfortune. Ancestor, should we step in and stop him? Yu Chan also did not expect that Yi Qinfeng would be so crazy as to kill experts from the Kirin Kingdom in front of everyone. Her expression became gloomy. Stop? How can we stop him? Can't you see that Yi Qinfeng is doing this on purpose? He is deliberately causing our relationship with the Kirin Kingdom to worsen, leaving us with no path of retreat. Then, he will tie our Yu family to his worship. The crafty old fox, Yu Gu, frowned and said, Then what should we do? Do we really have to give up on our tens of thousands of years of foundation and follow Yi Qinfeng overseas? If that's the case, wouldn't our Yu family become his property? Yu Chan felt as if the situation had gone out of control, and her hatred for Yi Qinfeng grew even more. We can't afford to offend the Kirin Kingdom, and we can't afford to offend Yi Qinfeng either. The only thing we can do now is wait and see how the situation develops. Yu Gu sighed helplessly. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Yi Qinfeng would grow to such an extent in just 3 short years. He had directly forced the Yu family into a dead end. In his heart, he was constantly making choices. He was deciding the fate of the Yu family. Boy, I don't care who you are, I'm going to kill you. As an expert of the Kirin Kingdom, Qian Huahua had never suffered such humiliation before. He angrily screamed and flew out of the crater that was full of cracks. He held a low-grade Taoist spear in his hand and pierced it towards Yi Qinfeng. Sword finger Yi Qinfeng fused the sword soul into his right index finger, and a sword light sputtered out. The resplendent sword light dyed the air and changed the color of the sword light. Then his finger pointed at the incomparably sharp spear point. Crack! Under the attack of Yi Qinfeng's finger, the spear tip of the low-grade Dao artifact immediately cracked. Qian Huahua felt a force beyond his imagination pass through the spear and into his arm, causing his arm to feel numb. What? Was his finger a mid-grade Dao artifact? Qian Huahua's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng's finger had broken his low-grade Dao artifact spear. Just as he was about to withdraw his spear, Yi Qinfeng exerted his strength again. The terrifying finger force directly crushed the spear point. Then, like a cold star, it pointed at Qian Huahua's chest. Sensing the crisis, Qian Huahua abandoned the broken spear and continuously blasted out a terrifying Dao intent. It evolved into various attack forms. Only then did he resist Yi Qinfeng's finger attack. Damn transvestite, your strength is only so. Yi Qinfeng looked at Qian Huahua, whose face was gloomy and uncertain, and said in a mocking tone, Boy, today I let you see the Kirin Kingdom's inherited magical power. Qian Huahua's eyes spurted out thick flames. He used his final trump card. The power of his bloodline was completely ignited. His strong body, constantly mutated and transformed into a three-headed and six-armed man. In each of his 6 arms, there was a low-grade Tao artifact with extraordinary power. God, the Kirin kingdom actually inherited such a magical power. It's really amazing. The heritage of the divine kingdom was too terrifying. Qian Huahua's fighting strength in this form would probably soar several times. Seeing the Qian Huahua's three-headed and six-armed form, the quiet banquet hall was filled with gasps. The magical power of the three-headed and six-armed man shocked everyone. The three-headed and six-armed man was a good magical power. Yi Qinfeng had a strong interest in the three-headed and six-armed man. If he had the chance, he would like to learn this magical power. Die! Qian Huahua shouted. His 6 thick arms danced at the same time. He waved 6 low-grade Tao artifacts and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Cosmos sword formation with a thought. Yi Qinfeng shot out 18 cosmos swords from his body. They quickly condensed into a sword formation and faced the three-headed and six-armed Qian Huahua. So many Tao artifacts. Where did Yi Qinfeng get all these Tao artifacts? Yu Gu, Yu Chan, and the others were envious when they saw Yi Qinfeng summon 18 Tao swords. There were even 2 mid-grade Tao artifacts among them. They felt that even the Kirin kingdom's Qian Huahua's heritage was not as deep as Yi Qinfeng's. Sword Soul amplification as Yi Qinfeng controlled the Cosmos sword formation to attack fiercely. He merged his sword soul into the sword formation. Suddenly, a sword diagram appeared and amplified the attack power of the Cosmos sword formation. It instantly suppressed Qian Huahua's fierce attacks. Sword Tao diagram. What kind of inheritance did Yi Qinfeng obtain? Not only was his attack power ridiculously strong, but he was also able to cultivate his Tao intent to such an extent. Ancestor, who do you think is more valuable, Yi Qinfeng or the Kirin kingdom? After seeing Yi Qinfeng continuously reveal his trump cards, Yu Chan's heart was continuously attacked. She sent a voice transmission to Yu Gu, who had a gloomy expression. If Yi Qinfeng was given enough time and space to grow, his future achievements would be limitless. He would even have a chance to ascend to the heaven region. However, it was hard to say if he had a bad relationship with the Kirin kingdom. With the heritage of the Kirin kingdom, it was enough to kill him in the bud. Yu Gu's eyes flickered. He had already made a choice in his heart. Yi Qinfeng and Qian Huahua fought intensely for half an incense stick's time. Suddenly, a powerful dizzying force blasted into Qian Huahua's soul sea, causing his soul to tremble. His reaction speed became slightly slower. Qinkuan sword formation combine. Seizing this excellent opportunity, Yi Qinfeng controlled the 18 Qinkuan swords to combine together. They transformed into a huge Qinkuan sword that could split the heavens and split the earth. With the power to annihilate everything, it slashed towards Qian Huahua. As Qian Huahua let out a painful howl, 3 of his arms were chopped off by the huge Qinkuan sword. A large amount of blood spurted out. When Qian Huahua endured the intense pain and wanted to dodge, Yi Qinfeng used the dizzying technique again and blasted it into his soul sea, causing his reaction speed to pause for a moment. Then, Yi Qinfeng controlled the Qinkuan sword to cut off the other 3 arms. Blood flowed out uncontrollably. Qinfeng, don't kill him. Just when Yi Qinfeng wanted to kill Qian Huahua in a spurt of energy, Yu Gu stepped on the void and appeared in front of Qian Huahua. He shouted loudly, "Brat, just you wait for my Kirin kingdom's revenge." Qian Huahua looked at Yi Qinfeng with hatred and let out a vicious scream. "Fine, I'll wait, but you won't live to see that day." As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng controlled the Qinkuan sword formation to fuse together. It tore through the void and intertwined with a large number of innate Tao patterns. It was like a rushing river that slashed towards Yu Gu and Qian Huahua. Feeling the terror of the Qinkuan sword formation and coming into contact with Yi Qinfeng's ruthless eyes, Yugu smelled the thick threat of death. It forced him to dodge instinctively. And when Qian Huahua dodged, he was hit by the dizzying technique again and froze in the void. Qi. The Qinkuan sword stirred the void and slashed down, directly splitting Qian Huahua's body diagonally. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng appeared beside Qian Huahua, who was vomiting blood violently. He used the power of the God-Eater brain to search his soul. Just you wait for my Kirin Kingdom's revenge. The lifeless Qian Huahua let out a shriek. He didn't give Yi Qinfeng a chance to search his soul. He detonated his soul sea and died by self-explosion. Mobile reading site, book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1002. Yi Qinfeng, why did you kill him? Do you know the consequences of killing Qian Huahua? Are you trying to push the Yu family into a pit of fire? After witnessing the scene of Qian Huahua exploding, Yugu felt a surge of hot blood rush into his soul. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test could it be that they weren't called over by you? Yi Qinfeng asked playfully as his eyes narrowed and flickered with a sharp light. Yi Qinfeng, what do you mean by this? I've already agreed to let Nick Hang marry you. Why are you still doubting our intentions? Yugu said angrily. I don't know who wants to harm me, but as long as it's my enemy, I won't be merciful. Yi Qinfeng's lips curled into an arrogant smile as he said domineeringly. After speaking, he ignored Yugu's fiery gaze and took away Qian Huahua and the others' belongings. He then went to Yunichang's side and held her soft hand. Accompanied by Kong Sungqin and the others, they left the banquet hall that was filled with the smell of blood. After the main characters, Yi Qinfeng and Yu Nikhang, had left, the various powerhouses who had come to congratulate them also left one after another. The Yu family became deserted. Qingfeng, you've killed Qian Huahua and the others. You've definitely angered the Kirin Kingdom. Yu Nikhang held Yi Qinfeng's hand tightly and said with a worried expression, I killed Qian Huahua because I wanted the Yu family to choose between me and the Kirin Kingdom. If the Yu family chose me, they would lose a lot, but they would also gain a lot. If I have the ability in the future, I will make the Yu family the #1 holy land in the Eastern continent. Unfortunately, the Yu family still chose the Kirin Kingdom. Yi Qinfeng looked at Yu Nichang's delicate face and slowly said, Then what should we do? The Kirin Kingdom's strength is too terrifying. No, we have to leave the Yu family tonight. Yu Nikhang gently bit her red lips and made a huge decision. Don't be afraid of Nikhang. Since I dared to kill the people of the Kirin Kingdom, I'm naturally not afraid of their revenge. Furthermore, I want to give the Yu family one last choice. After all, the Yu family was Yu Nichang's roots. For the sake of Yu Nikhang, Yi Qinfeng didn't want to go too far. Moreover, even if an accident did happen, Yi Qinfeng was not afraid. With the universe realm, even if all the experts of the Kirin Kingdom came out, they would not be able to harm them. Qingfeng, thank you. Yu Nikhang said emotionally as she tightly pressed her head against Yi Qinfeng's chest. Qingfeng, the 4 of us will help you keep watch tonight. You can rest assured and consummate your marriage with your bride. Bai Feng looked at the heaven-made couple and said boldly, Then I'll have to trouble the 4 of you. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng hugged the beautiful and charming Yu Nikhang and walked into the bedroom. It was decorated with a large red, chic character and red candles. After closing the door and setting up a soundproof restriction, the atmosphere in the room immediately became ambiguous. Looking at the moon raiment that he had been dreaming about day and night, the moon raiment that was even more beautiful than a fairy, Yi Qinfeng could not help but be infatuated. He gently lowered his head and kissed moon raiment's moist lips. Qingfeng, the smell of blood on your body is a bit heavy. Let me help you take a bath. After kissing for a while, Yu Hang gently said. She helped Yi Chen-feng take off his blood-stained clothes and walked with him to the tub of water with rose petals floating in the air. Nick Hang, aren't you going to take a bath? Looking at Yu Nichang's beautiful and charming appearance, Yi Chen-feng revealed a trace of a naughty smile. If you want, I'll accompany you. The two of them had already done the deed of husband and wife. Yu Nick Hang was also not a bashful person. Under Yi Chen-feng's burning gaze, Yu Nick Hang gently unbuttoned her clothes, revealing her snow-white skin and seductive body. Under the flickering candlelight, it was covered with a layer of enchanting halo. Looking at Yu Nichang's flawless and perfectly proportioned body, Yi Chen-feng's heart was ignited. He directly carried her by the waist and walked into the tub. Soon, dazzling and enchanting sounds resounded in the room. The pair of newlyweds who had been separated for a long time and had broken through many barriers were completely intoxicated in joy. Under the enchanting spring scenery, they unreservedly demanded, making people unable to distinguish between dream and reality. The enchanting movements were captivating. The two of them were intoxicated from the tub to the big bed. They both wanted to give their best to each other and leave an indelible mark. Just as the two of them were immersed in joy, Yugu Yuchan and the others were deeply worried because of the deaths of Qian Huahua and the other two. Ancestor, what should we do? If the Kirin kingdom blames us, we won't be able to bear the consequences. Yu Chan's brows were tightly knitted together. The development of the situation was completely out of her control. She hated Yi Chen-feng to the core. Sigh, I also didn't expect that Yi Chen-feng would be so ruthless. He directly killed Qian Huahua and cut off our path of retreat, forcing us to choose him. Yugu sighed softly. However, Yugu didn't think that Yi Chen-feng didn't need to go through so much trouble and directly take Yu Nick Hang away. That way, Qian Huahua wouldn't spare the Yu family. Yes, if we didn't choose him, perhaps he would do something even more extreme. Yu Rao's brows revealed a trace of viciousness as she said in a low voice. Yi Chen-feng was indeed very outstanding. His talent and heart of martial arts were rarely seen in 10,000 years. His methods were ruthless, and he controlled a huge force. However, compared to the Kirin kingdom, he was somewhat overshadowed. Yugu looked at the starlight outside the window and made the final decision. Old ancestor, if we choose to join the Kirin kingdom, will the Kirin kingdom accept us? Yu Chan asked worriedly. If the Kirin kingdom didn't accept them, then their end would be very miserable. If it was before, I wouldn't have the confidence. But now, with Yi Chen-feng as a bargaining chip, I have 90% confidence. Yugu revealed a sly smile and said, All right, I'll go to the East Sea Palace now and pay a visit to the people of the Kirin kingdom. During the time that I'm not here, do everything you can to make Yi Chen-feng stay. Don't let him leave. If necessary, do something to Nick Hang. Yugu instructed, Rest assured, old ancestor, I'll make Yi Chen-feng happy for a few days. Yu Chan's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. She didn't consider Yi Chen-feng as her son-in-law. The next morning, gentle sunlight passed through the window and illuminated the dark room, waking up Yi Chen-feng and Yu Nick Hang from their sweet dreams. Looking at Yu Nick Hang snuggled in his arms with a faint smile on her face, Yi Chen-feng's heart was filled with happiness. After marrying Yu Nick Hang and having sex with her, Yi Chen-feng found that not only did his heart of martial arts not weaken, it became even more firm, which made him quite surprised. Nick Hang, when I went out to sea this time, I inadvertently obtained a dual cultivation divine ability. I wonder if you're interested in cultivating it with me? Gently stroking Yu Nichang's jet-black long hair, Yi Chen-feng thought of the divine ability 36 forms of acacia that Lu Meng gave him, and said with a smirk. Dual cultivation divine ability, Yu Nichang's blurred eyes revealed a trace of charm, and said, Tell me honestly, have you ever cultivated this dual cultivation divine ability with others? No. Yi Chen-feng rubbed his nose and quickly said, You're honest. If you dare to cultivate with others, I won't spare you. Yu Nikhang revealed a trace of charming smile and said, "Tell me, how do I cultivate this dual cultivation divine ability?" It's very simple. While Yi Qinfeng taught Yu Nikhang the posture of the 36 forms of acacia, his pair of big hands wandered around her sensitive parts, causing Yu Nichang's whole body to tremble. Soon, the two people groped while cultivating the 36 forms. In the boundless spring room, a cheerful movement sounded. Mobile reading site. Book address. In order to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Save button below to record this reading record. Next time you open the bookshelf, you can see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1003. Chengfeng, the two of you are finally out. After practicing a few moves of the 36 forms of acacia, Yi Qinfeng and his wife left the room. Kong Sungqin and the others, who had been waiting outside for a long time, walked into the courtyard. The bold and unrestrained Bai Feng said half-jokingly, "Sorry for making you wait for so long." Seeing the smiles in their eyes, Yi Qinfeng said awkwardly, "We are not in a hurry, but your father-in-law seems to be looking for you. He came several times and asked you to see him when you wake up." Kong Sungqin said with a faint smile, "Is that so? Then Nikhang and I will go see him." Yu Nikhang revealed a meaningful smile and said, "King of Slaughter, you and the 3 elders go rest in Yuezhou City. If there is anything, I will send you a message." Okay. The King of Slaughter understood the meaning in Yi Qinfeng's eyes and nodded. "Let's go, Nikhang. Let's go see your father. Maybe they have changed their mind." After saying that, Yi Qinfeng, who was deep in thought, held Yu Nishang's soft hand and went to the courtyard where Yu Chan cultivated. "Qingfeng, Nikhang, did you have a good rest last night?" Yu Chan seemed to have forgotten yesterday's unhappiness and asked with a loving smile. Yi Qinfeng, who had a good rest, looked at Yu Chan as if he wanted to see through him. "Father, what do you want from me and Qingfeng?" Yu Nikhang knew Yu Chan's ambition and asked nervously. If Yu Chan chose to side with the Kirin kingdom, then the Yu family would fight Yi Qinfeng to the death. She would also have to follow Yi Qinfeng and break with the Yu family. This was something she did not want to see. Yesterday, I had a discussion with the 2 ancestors, and in the end, we decided to support Chengfeng and not compromise with the Kirin kingdom. Yu Chan said without meaning it. "Really?" Yu Nichang's eyes widened, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. "Yes, we've thought it through. The Kirin kingdom is too far away for us, and with Qingfeng's potential and talent, it's only a matter of time before he stands at the peak of the soul-fighting continent. That's why we chose Chengfeng." Yu Chan nodded and said sincerely, "Qingfeng, I hope you won't disappoint us." "As long as the Yu family doesn't disappoint me, I won't disappoint you." Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly and said meaningfully, "Haha, don't worry. The Yu family won't disappoint you." Yu Chan laughed and said, "But Chengfeng Qian Huahua's status in the Kirin kingdom is not low, and his death will definitely enrage the Kirin kingdom. To be cautious, we need to deploy in advance, and we will need your help when the time comes." "What do you need me to do?" Yi Qinfeng asked. He kept analyzing the truth of Yu Chan's words. "I heard that you have a deep understanding of arrays, so we would like to invite you to work with the Yu family's array masters to reinforce the sect protecting array of our Yu family to defend against external enemies." Yu Chan said. "Okay, no problem." Yi Qinfeng agreed without even thinking. "Haha, you are indeed my good son-in-law. I hope the Yu family can tide over this crisis and let me enjoy the happiness of a family." Yu Chan laughed and said, "As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to tide over this crisis. But if everyone has different intentions, then it will be hard to say." Yi Qinfeng said with deep meaning. "Yes, I agree with Chengfeng." Yu Chan nodded and said, "By the way, Chengfeng, Nikhang, when will you let me hold my grandson? I can't wait." "Father, we will work hard." Seeing that Yu Chan sincerely accepted Yi Qinfeng, Yu Nikhang revealed a relieved smile, but Yi Qinfeng felt suspicious. Yu Chan's attitude changed too quickly, so quickly that people couldn't help but suspect his intentions. He asked Yi Qinfeng to help strengthen the Yu family's sect-protecting array. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with it, but he used Yi Qinfeng as an excuse to keep him in the Yu family. This was very suspicious. However, Yi Qinfeng had the Qinquan realm, so he wasn't afraid of the Yu family scheme. Since the Yu family wanted to scheme against him, he would play with the Yu family. Qingfeng, the Kirin kingdom, may attack at any time. I want to strengthen the sect-protecting array immediately. Is that okay? Yu Chan asked deliberately. Father, I want to take Yi Qinfeng to Yuezhou City today. Ask Master Ku to strengthen the array first. Yu Nikhang asked softly. Nikhang, you're already married to Qingfeng. It's still early, so there's no need to rush. Now the Yu family survival is at stake. The slightest discomfort could lead to the destruction of the Yu family. You can't be careless, Yu Chan said seriously. His words made Yi Qinfeng completely certain that there was something wrong with the Yu family. Yu Chan didn't let him go out because he was afraid that he would run away. Nikhang, father-in-law, is right. We have to look at the big picture. Yi Qinfeng's lips curled into a cold smile that was hard to detect. He nodded in agreement. Okay, then let's strengthen the sect-protecting array first. However, Qingfeng must accompany me tonight. Yu Nikhang saw that Yi Qinfeng also agreed. She had no choice but to compromise. Soon, the Yu family's 3 array formation masters gathered under Yu Chan's summons. Together with Yi Qinfeng, they set up layers of sect-protecting array formations around the Yu family mansion. This strengthened the Yu family's defenses. Because Yu Chan was deliberately stalling for time, she asked Yi Qinfeng and the 3 array formation masters to set up the array formations. Each layer was stronger than the previous one. It took a lot of time to set up each layer. However, Yi Qinfeng didn't care. During the day, he helped the Yu family set up the array formations. At night, he and Yu Nikhang would cultivate the 36 forms of acacia in the room. Yu Nikhang saw that Yi Qinfeng was working very hard to set up the array formations. She wanted to compensate him. She constantly tried out complicated postures with him. She was happily improving her own strength. Very soon, a week had passed. Qingfeng, thank you for everything you've done for the Yu family. Yu Nikhang, who had just finished cultivating the 36 postures, nestled in Yi Qinfeng's embrace and said with a blissful expression, For you, I can give up everything. I'm just afraid that the Yu family won't appreciate it. Hugging Yu Nichang's smooth body, Yi Qinfeng fell into deep thought. Qingfeng, are you still doubting my father's sincerity towards you? Yu Nikhang could hear the hidden meaning in Yi Qinfeng's words. She gently propped herself up and asked, whether he was sincere or not, she would know tonight. Yi Qinfeng's eyes flickered as he said, just now he had received a message from the King of Massacre. The King of Massacre told him that mysterious experts had invaded Yu State City, including 3 level 6 beast emperors. Qingfeng, what's going on? Can you tell me the truth? Yu Nikhang felt that something was wrong, so she asked nervously, if I told you that your father had asked me to set up layers upon layers of formations to trap me, would you believe me? Yi Qinfeng said indifferently. Could it be that the Yu family still chose the Kirin kingdom? Yu Nichang's heart was in a mess. Sigh, the Yu family chose the immediate benefits and gave up the beautiful future. Yi Qinfeng sighed softly and kissed Yu Nichang's smooth forehead. He said, let's go. We'll put on our clothes and go out to take a look. I hope I misunderstood your father and nothing big happened tonight. After that, Yi Qinfeng and Yu Nikhang put on their clothes, turned off the soundproof restriction, and walked out of the room. But in the next moment, Yu Nichang's expression changed. She widened her eyes and looked at the faintly discernible formation patterns in the air. Her face revealed a trace of anger. The Yu family's sect protecting formation that was activated for no reason showed that Yi Qin-feng did not lie to her. The Yu family really chose the Kirin kingdom and activated the strongest restriction formation, trapping them in the Yu family mansion. Mobile reading site. Book address. To make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this book. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1004. Chengfeng Nick Hang, it's so late. Why are you out here? When Yi Qinfeng held Yu Nichang's small hand and walked out, the black-robed Yu Chan appeared with 2 Yu family experts and intercepted them. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement test. The night is pretty good tonight. Nick Hang and I want to go out for a walk. Yi Qinfeng said lightly as if he didn't see the layers of restrictions. Yuezhou City has not been very peaceful recently. You'd better go back to your room and rest. Don't go out. Yu Chan no longer had the smile on her face as she said coldly, "We don't want to go back to our room. We just want to go out for a walk." Yu Nick Hang said stubbornly with a disappointed look. "I said no means no." Yu Chan refused directly. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and send Miss and son-in-law back to their room to rest. You family head, you don't want us to go out. Are you afraid that we will run away?" Yi Qinfeng changed the way he addressed her and said coldly, "Qinfeng, I don't understand what you mean by running away." Yu Chan's face turned gloomy in an instant. Her eyes revealed a fierce look. "You family head, at this time, you still want to hide it. Don't you think you are too hypocritical?" Yi Qinfeng faced the sharp glint in Yu Chan's eyes and said directly, "You already know?" Yu Chan frowned and asked in a low voice, "When Nick Hang and I came to find you, I already knew." Yi Qinfeng said with a smile, "Then why did you help my Yu family set up the formation?" Yu Chan looked at Yi Qinfeng's calm appearance and felt a trace of uneasiness in her heart. "Yu Chan, your Yu family is afraid of the Kirin kingdom, but I am not. If I kill a few more people of the Kirin kingdom and leave, who do you think the Kirin kingdom will vent their anger on?" Yi Qinfeng asked as he looked at Yu Chan's slightly changed expression. "Yi Qinfeng, don't try to bluff. You won't be able to escape today." Yu Chan couldn't help but take a step back and said loudly, "Is that so?" Yi Qinfeng's eyes narrowed into the most dangerous pinhole. He reached out his hand and the Tao of the 5 elements in life and death Tao shot out. They intertwined with each other, formed an innate Tao seal that bombarded Yu Chan Tao treasure. Demonic statue Yu Chan knew Yi Qinfeng's strength very well. Even the level 6 combat beast Emperor Qian Huahua was killed on the spot, let alone her. She quickly summoned the pitch-black demonic statue to block Yi Qinfeng's Tao intent attack. Boom! Facing the innate Tao seal head-on, the pitch-black demonic statue let out a deafening roar. A large amount of Tao intent continuously disintegrated the demonic statue's power and shook it until it kept retreating. Tao of 2 extremes of life and death. Then Yi Qinfeng punched out again. The Tao of life and death that he had deduced to the extreme rushed forward like a long river and transformed into a Tao disc of life and death. It distorted the space and ruthlessly bombarded the pitch-black demonic statue, sending it flying. 100 layers of defense magic array after experiencing Yi Qinfeng's terrifying strength. Yu Chan didn't hesitate to control the sect-protecting magic array to form thousands of array patterns and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Gufanqing, break for me. The Gufanqing that Yi Qinfeng obtained from killing Sha Tinya broke out of his body. It shone with dazzling starlight and evolved star Tao intent. It shattered the thousands of array patterns descending from the sky and ruthlessly collided with the 100-layer demon warding magic array that was formed by hundreds of overlapping array patterns. Crack! The 100-layer demon warding magic array was hit by Gufanqing, and like fragile glass, it was filled with crisscrossing cracks. The rapidly converging array patterns were also constantly cracking under Gu Fanqing's attack. It couldn't be attacked at all. You actually know the array core of the 100-layer demon warding magic array? Yu Chan's eyes widened and she lost her composure as she asked, I have to say that your acting skills are a little bad. The reason why I agreed to help you guys set up the array was to find the array core. Yi Qinfeng looked at Yu Chan's changed expression and said sarcastically, Father, you are really stupid. You would rather rely on the Kirin kingdom like a dog than choose Qingfeng. Do you know that if you give Qingfeng another 100 years, the Kirin kingdom might not be able to do anything to him? What you are abandoning is a son-in-law that many people can't wait for. Yu Nikhang looked at Yu Chan with disappointment. She no longer had any attachment to this family. Humph, 100 years. Do you think the Kirin kingdom will give him 100 years to grow? Yu Chan snorted coldly and said, After offending the Kirin kingdom, he is destined to be a short-lived ghost. He won't even live past tonight. Yu Chan, you are too naive. I have already seen through your thoughts, yet I still dare to stay. Do you think I am afraid of the Kirin kingdom? Sooner or later, you will pay the price of your stupid decision in blood. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng was like an invincible god of war. He held Yu Nichang's little hand and walked towards him step by step. Go die! When Yi Qinfeng and Yu Chan approached, Yu Chan revealed a sinister expression. She quickly shot an extremely powerful demonic destruction orb at Yi Qinfeng. She wanted to use the power of the demonic destruction orb to injure Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge the demonic destruction orb. He quickly stretched out his left hand and grabbed the demonic destruction orb. He exerted his strength and crushed the demonic destruction orb. Boom! A loud sound came from Yi Qinfeng's palm. Waves of demonic destruction orb flowed out through the gaps between his fingers, causing the air to churn violently. However, Yi Qinfeng's body was comparable to a mid-grade Dao tool. The demonic destruction orb's explosion didn't cause any harm to him. Why you? Yu Chan was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets when she witnessed Yi Qinfeng crushing the demonic destruction orb. She didn't expect Yi Qinfeng's body to be so freakish. It was completely beyond her imagination. Yi Qinfeng, stay here obediently. At this moment, Yu Rao, who was holding a dragon-headed staff, stepped on the void and appeared. She activated her Dao intent to the extreme. A dragon-like staff shadow smashed down and smashed towards Yi Qinfeng with a force of 1,000 catties. Blue Sky Seal Yi Qinfeng circulated the blue sky secret art rapidly. He drew in the void with his left hand. A large number of Dao patterns and heavenly powers fused together and condensed into a water tank-sized green seal engraved with ancient seals. It smashed the dragon-headed staff shadow and blasted towards Yu Rao. Rumble! The void trembled for a moment. The blue sky seal exploded. The terrifying heavenly powers and Dao intent were released at the same time, distorting a large area of the void. Yu Rao, who couldn't dodge in time, was sent flying, leaving behind a large cloud of blood mist in midair. Yu Chan, use whatever other methods you have. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have the chance anymore. Yi Qinfeng looked at Yu Chan, who turned pale with fright, and said coldly, I am Nichang's father. If you hurt me, you will be punished by the heavens. Yu Chan said loudly, Now you remember that you are Nichang's father? I thought you had already forgotten. Yi Qinfeng mocked coldly with a snort of laughter. Yu Chan was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She couldn't wait to cut Yi Qinfeng into pieces. Forget it. For the sake of Nick Hang, I won't make things difficult for you. However, if you don't know what's good for you and continue to pester me, then don't blame me for starting a massacre. Yi Qinfeng warned coldly. He controlled Gu Fanqing to forcefully break through the 100-layer demon warding formation enveloping the Yu family's old residence. He wanted to leave this place. However, He suddenly realized that a boundless ocean had appeared under the night sky. Rolling waves swept through the sky and enveloped the entire Yu family's old residence, trapping them in the ocean. The Locking Ocean Heavenly Scroll. This was the East Sea Palace's most precious treasure, the Locking Ocean Heavenly Scroll. The scroll locked an ocean. The experts of the East Sea Palace had arrived. Yu Nichang's expression changed slightly when she saw the ocean enveloping the Yu family's old residence. She cried out in alarm. Mobile reading website. Book address. In order to make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this book. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1005. The Treasure of the East Sea Palace. Sea locking heavenly diagram looking at the rolling and roaring waves in the void. Yi Qinfeng's expression didn't change at all. With a thought, the vermilion bird cauldron broke out of his body. Like a meteor with a long fiery tail, it collided with the sea locking heavenly diagram together with the Gufanqing. Watermark advertisement. Test watermark advertisement. Test boom. Boom in. Earth-shattering explosion sounded in the sea locking heavenly diagram. The violently rolling waves were constantly annihilated, causing the entire void to tremble violently. However, the sea locking heavenly diagram was a Gudao treasure. Its defense was extremely strong. Yi Qinfeng couldn't tear it apart, even though he controlled the two Gudao treasures. Yi Qinfeng, don't make a meaningless struggle. You won't be able to escape from here. At this moment, the Lord of the East Sea Palace, Hemingway Map, the fair-skinned, graceful, and mature Sakuraji, Hai Senjian, who had a deep hatred for Yi Qinfeng. Two old men with turbid eyes and skin that was as dry as tree bark, as if they had one foot in a coffin, and Yu Gu appeared in the chaotic Yu family's old residence together. I want to leave. Do you think you can stop me with just a mob like you? Yi Qinfeng looked at Hemingway Map and the others and said domineeringly. The battle intent on his body suddenly erupted. His entire body was like an unsheathed sharp sword, pointing to the sky. Arrogant brat, I'll definitely destroy you today. Hemingway Map took out the sea god statue. Waves of divine power spread out from the sea god statue. The terrifying pressure made everyone present feel suffocated. Tell the people of the Kirin Kingdom to come out. You can't threaten me with just you. Yi Qinfeng ignored the divine suppression released by the sea god statue. He gently hugged Yu Nikhang, who was having difficulty breathing, and said domineeringly, F***CK, you adulterous couple. When I capture you later, I will use 100 different methods to torture you and send you to the afterlife. Looking at Yu Nikhang nestled in Yi Qinfeng's arms, and recalling the humiliation that Yi Qinfeng had brought him, Hai Senjian was so angry that his entire body trembled. He gritted his teeth and swore, that day will never come. With that, Yi Qinfeng's cloud-treading boots appeared under his feet. He suddenly leaped into the air with Yu Nikhang in his arms. He stepped on the sword and created a sword diagram, like a divine sword unsheathed from its scabbard. He tore through the layers of suppression and flew towards the ferocious Hai Senjian. As Yi Qinfeng flew over, Hemingway Map immediately controlled the sea god statue to attack Yi Qinfeng. Sakuraji, the two gray-robed elders, and Yugu also attacked at the same time. They unleashed powerful earth skills and twisted the void. They wanted to work together to severely injure Yi Qinfeng. Qinkuin sword formation 18 Qinkuin swords flew out of Yi Qinfeng's body and quickly condensed into a Qinkuin sword formation. They revolved around Yi Qinfeng's body and blocked the attacks from all directions. They shook the sea god statue. Stun technique in the next moment, the soul power in Yi Qinfeng's mind completely erupted. Like heavy hammers, they smashed into Hemingway Map and the other soul seas, causing their souls to tremble. Their reactions were temporarily delayed, and their continuous attacks were forcefully interrupted. Whoosh! Yi Qinfeng took a step forward, and 100 swords shot out at the same time. The extremely sharp sword Dao pattern cut through all obstacles and tore through layers of barriers. He appeared in front of Hai Sanjian, who turned pale with fright. Seeing Yi Qinfeng tearing through space, Hai Sanjian had goosebumps all over his body. A cold air invaded his body, causing his entire body to turn numb. When he met Yi Qinfeng's cold eyes, Hai Sanjian instinctively turned around and wanted to escape. However, a terrifying dizziness force blasted into his mind, making him feel as if his head had been smashed by a huge rock. An intense dizziness occurred in his soul sea, and his mind went blank. Bang! Yi Qinfeng quickly kicked out and aimed at Hai Sanjian's lower body. The terrifying force exploded his lower body, and the immense pain caused Hai Sanjian to instantly regain his consciousness. He let out a heart-wrenching roar, and it was so painful that he was hovering between life and death. Just as Hemingway Map and the others surrounded and attacked, Yi Qinfeng hugged Nikhang and raised his body again. He stepped on Hai Sanjian's face, smashing his nose and cracking his cheekbone. He then stomped on Hai Sanjian's face, crushing his nose and cracking his cheekbone. He then stomped on Hai Sanjian from midair and onto the ground. Bang! Hai Sanjian, who had completely lost control of his body, crashed onto the ground, creating a huge pit on the white jade floor. A large amount of blood spurted out from his body, and more than half of his bones were shattered. Cosmos Sword Formation. Combine. Yi Qinfeng's body flashed as he hugged Yunichang's soft body and dodged various Dao skills. He controlled the Cosmos Sword Formation and combined it together, turning it into a huge sword that could split the heavens and split the earth. It carried an astonishing destructive force and forced Hemingway Map and the others to retreat. Following that, Yi Qinfeng increased his speed to the maximum. Before Hemingway Map and the others could attack, he left an afterimage in midair and appeared beside the severely injured Hai Sanjian almost instantaneously. He then stomped on Hai Sanjian's chest, causing it to collapse. Hai Sanjian, I can kill you like killing a dog. How dare you threaten me like this? What a joke. Yi Qinfeng looked at Hai Sanjian, who was vomiting blood and was severely injured, with disdain and arrogance. Yi Qinfeng, don't you dare hurt my son. Seeing that Hai Sanjian's life was in danger under Yi Qinfeng's foot, Sakuraji panicked and shouted at him, TSK! Just as Sakuraji finished speaking, Yi Qinfeng shot out a sharp sword light from his fingertip and chopped off Hai Sanjian's head. He died with his eyes wide open. Yi Qinfeng, I'll kill you. Seeing Hai Sanjian's head being chopped off, Hemingway Map and Sakuraji were instantly enraged. Two powerful Dao skills descended from the sky and blasted towards him. You family's experts, listen up. Attack together. Whoever can injure Yi Qinfeng will be heavily rewarded. Yu Gu, who had an ugly expression, kept summoning the Yu family's experts. He wanted to work together to kill Yi Qinfeng. Spiritual fish, for heavenly beasts, quickly come out and help. Yi Qinfeng did not panic despite being surrounded. He summoned the spiritual fish, chaos divine beasts, golden clear dragon blood lion, Pegasus, and dual-headed lizard from the universe mirror. The king of massacre, Kong Sungchin, and the others had also rushed to the Yi family's old mansion. They controlled their respective treasures and attacked the sea-locking heavenly diagram. They wanted to tear the Gu Dao treasure apart and kill their way in. You family, I'll give you one last chance. If you retreat now, I can spare you. However, if you insist on being stubborn, then don't blame me for starting a massacre. Yi Qinfeng looked at Yu Gu, Yu Chan, and the others with a sharp gaze. He released a murderous aura and warned them coldly. Yi Qinfeng, you bastard. Surrender obediently. Yu Gu, who had something to rely on, was unmoved and shouted loudly. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. The Blood Dragon Emperor, which was more than 1,000 meters long, appeared on Yi Qinfeng's body. Facing the Yu family, Yi Qinfeng did not show any mercy. He was ready to kill the enemy with all his strength and leave with Yu Nikhang. Suddenly, a green flute appeared in Yu Rao's hand. She gently blew it, making a strange, ear-piercing sound. Affected by the sound of the flute, the pale-faced Yu Nikhang, who was leaning close to Yi Qinfeng, was attracted. Her brain was confused, and her eyes instantly turned blood-red. In the next moment, a demonic destruction orb appeared in Yu Nichang's hand. Before Yi Qinfeng could react, she crushed it. Mobile reading site, book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button below to record this reading record. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1006. Nichang the instant the demonic destruction orb exploded. Yi Qinfeng reacted quickly. He grabbed the demonic destruction orb and forcefully pushed away Yu Nikhang. Rumble! The demonic destruction orb's explosive power instantly engulfed Yi Qinfeng. The terrifying explosive power continuously battered his body. However, Yi Qinfeng's physical defense was too strong. The demonic destruction orb, which was strong enough to destroy a level 1 combat beast emperor, could not harm him at all. An astonishing power erupted from Yi Qinfeng's body and broke through the demonic destruction orb. He appeared beside Yu Nikhang, whose consciousness had been affected by the flute's music and had fallen into chaos. Yi Qinfeng, why aren't you surrendering? If you continue to resist, I will destroy Nichang's soul and make you regret it for the rest of your life. Yu Rao raised her flute and warned loudly. Under Yu Rao's orders, 2 experts from the Yu family approached Yi Qinfeng, intending to injure him in close combat. Scram! Yi Qinfeng did not expect the Yu family to be so despicable. Not only did they scheme against him, they even schemed against Yu Nikhang. Dense killing intent rose in his heart. The power in his 5 acupuncture points completely erupted. More than 25 million gene of strength surged out of his body and heavily bombarded the 2 experts from the Yu family, directly shattering their bodies. God-Eater Brain, devour! Seeing Yu Nikhang in extreme pain, Yi Qinfeng quickly controlled the God-Eater Brain to release a powerful devouring power. It broke into Yu Nichang's soul sea, intending to devour the seal in her soul sea. Yi Qinfeng, you forced me to do this. Sensing that the seal in Yu Nichang's soul sea was disintegrating, Yu Rao's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. She increased the frequency of the flute's music and directly detonated the seal in Yu Nichang's soul sea. A powerful seal exploded in Yu Nichang's soul sea, shattering Yu Nichang's soul. Large amounts of blood flowed out from her 7 orifices. Nikhang, Yi Qinfeng did not expect Yu Rao to be so ruthless as to directly detonate the seal. He immediately panicked. If Yu Nichang's soul was torn apart, no matter how powerful he would not be able to save Yu Nichang's life. Seeing that Yu Nichang's soul was being torn apart by the seal's self-detonation, large amounts of soul fragments emerged from the depths of her soul sea. They stabilized the fragmented soul and resisted the self-detonation seal's attack. In the next moment, a power that exceeded Yi Qinfeng's imagination erupted from Yu Nichang's body. It directly sent Yi Qinfeng flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of power was this? How could Nichang's body hide such a power? Yi Qinfeng quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Yu Nikhang, who was clutching her head with both hands and in a state of madness. He revealed a worried expression. Just as Yi Qinfeng's attention was attracted by Yu Nikhang, the red-eyed Hai Mingwei controlled the sea god statue to suppress Yi Qinfeng. He wanted to use this opportunity to heavily injure Yi Qinfeng. I want all of you to die. Yi Qinfeng threw out a punch. Surging Dao intent transformed into a large number of Dao patterns, which collapsed the sky. The punch sent the sea god statue flying. Nikhang, what's wrong with you? Yi Chenfeng used sword steps and approached Yu Nikhang. He wanted to check on her body and help her regain her senses. "Don't come near me." When Yi Chenfeng approached, Yu Nikhang, whose eyes were bloodshot, let out a pained cry. Waves of power that exceeded Yi Chenfeng's imagination spread out from her body, bombarding Yi Chenfeng and preventing him from approaching. At this moment, Hemingway Map, Yu Gu, and the others continued to attack. They wanted to kill Yi Chenfeng and Yu Nikhang together. "All of you deserve to die." Unable to get close to Yu Nikhang, the enraged Yi Chenfeng summoned his two doppelgangers. They charged into the void, facing the onslaught of Dao skills. He wanted to kill the two powerhouses first, then find a way to help Yu Nikhang regain her senses. While Yi Chenfeng was attacking with his two doppelgangers, the spiritual fish, the Chaos Divine Beast, and the other 4 level 8 heavenly beasts also flew into the void, launching ferocious attacks at the Yu family's powerhouses. Roar! Both sides fought fiercely. The Yu family's old mansion rang with an angry dragon roar. The double-headed black Jiao dragon that was injured by Yi Chenfeng earlier appeared. It twisted its huge body and charged at Yi Chenfeng. "Little Jiao dragon, you have quite the voice. Watch me tear you apart." After refining the white tiger skeleton, the Chaos Divine Beast was only one step away from breaking through to become a level 9 heavenly beast. With the skeleton, it could already use part of its inherited mystique. It opened its mouth and roared. Its 4 red wings flapped violently, creating a strong hurricane. It charged at the double-headed black Jiao dragon and started to fight fiercely in midair. Although the Chaos Divine Beast level was lower than the double-headed black Jiao dragon, its inherited mystique was much more powerful than the double-headed black Jiao dragon. The 2 heavenly beasts fought fiercely in midair. They were evenly matched and did not give in to each other. If I can destroy the Western Demon Sect, I can also destroy your Yu family. I can also destroy the East Sea Palace. Just wait for me to remove your names from the list." Yi Chenfeng said with killing intent. He ignited his celestial demon bloodline and transformed into his celestial demon body. He held the heavenly halberd in one hand and the Emperor's celestial sword in the other. He started to kill crazily, killing the powerhouses of the 2 powerhouses like a whirlwind. "Let's work together to kill this little bastard." Yi Chenfeng's combat power was beyond imagination. Hemingway Map, Sakuraji, the 2 level 6 combat beast emperors, and Yu Gu attacked Yi Chenfeng together. They wanted to injure him severely. However, after transforming into his celestial demon body, Yi Chenfeng's body was close to the level of a high-grade Dao artifact. His physical strength increased to 150 million gene. The attacks launched by Hemingway Map and the others could not hurt Yi Chenfeng at all. Straight Line / Yi Chenfeng exploded with shocking strength and tore through the attacks. His entire body was like a flash of light as he slashed through the air. He stabbed his sword towards Hemingway Map, who had just broken through to level 5 combat beast emperor. Dao artifact fragment, defense feeling the killing intent of the straight line slash. Hemingway Map summoned a fragment of a Dao artifact to block in front of him, blocking the fatal blow of the straight line slash. However, the power of Yi Chenfeng's sword was too great. The straight line slash pierced through the Dao artifact fragment like a hot knife through butter. The remaining power did not diminish as it stabbed towards Hemingway Map's chest. He wanted to pierce through his chest and kill him. At this critical moment, 2 level 6 beast emperors in gray robes attacked from the left and right. They used their powerful Daoist techniques and bombarded Yi Chenfeng like a surging sea. They forcefully interrupted his attack and saved Haiming too, who was in a rather sorry state. Sacred Thunder of Purple Beginnings Yi Chenfeng had too many attacking methods. After his attack was interrupted by the 2 level 6 combat beast emperors, he immediately controlled the Sacred Thunder of Purple Beginnings to surge out of his body. It turned into a thunder tide and bombarded Hemingway Map and the others. Uft, uft, Under the attack of the sacred thunder of purple beginnings, the defense of Hemingway Map and the others immediately collapsed. The terrifying sacred thunder blasted them away, their bodies badly mutilated. Go to hell! What happened to you, Nick Hang, completely triggered the killing intent in Yi Qinfeng's heart. He was like an angry lion, letting out an uncontrollable roar. He controlled the sacred thunder of purple beginnings, the dual polarity ancient heavenly water, and the death blaze to surge out of his body. He crazily slaughtered the masters of the Yu family who came close to him. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 masters of the Yu family were killed by Yi Qinfeng. A large amount of blood splattered and flowed into the crisscrossing cracks on the ground. It was like a strange bloodstream. Witnessing Yi Qinfeng's shocking attack power and the severely injured Hemingway Map, Yu Gu was deeply shocked. A strong sense of fear arose in his heart. Go! Sensing that the situation was completely out of control, Hemingway Map retracted the sea-sealing heavenly scroll that was sealing the Yu family's old house like a tidal wave. He wanted to retreat. However, at this moment, Kong Sung-chin and the other 3 appeared and sealed off their escape route, cutting off their thoughts of escaping. Mobile reading site, book address. To make it easier for you to read this book next time, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record your reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open your bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1007. Sea Lock Heavenly Chart, Defense. Trapped in a desperate situation, Hemingway Map immediately controlled the Sea Lock Heavenly Chart to envelop the 5 of them, forming a boundless sea to block the attacks of Yi Qinfeng, Kong Sung-chin, and the others. Watermark advertisement, test watermark advertisement, test heavenly sword boundless Yi Qinfeng controlled the sword soul and infused it into the Emperor Heaven's sword, activating the prowess of the Emperor Heaven's sword spirit. He continuously slashed out sword lights that were like boundless Tao, ferociously attacking the Sea Lock Heavenly Chart. Gu Dao Treasure, Vermilion Bird Cauldron, and Gu Fanqing were also under the control of his will, constantly attacking the Sea Lock Heavenly Chart. They were determined to tear the Sea Lock Heavenly Chart apart and kill Hemingway Map and the others. Kong Sung-chin and the others were also using their powerful Tao techniques to attack the Sea Lock Heavenly Chart. Under the waves of Tao techniques, cracks started to appear on the Sea Lock Heavenly Chart. Hemingway Map, who was controlling the Sea Lock Heavenly Chart to defend with all his might, kept spitting out blood and seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Why aren't the people from the Kirin Kingdom here yet? Yu Chan, who couldn't defend against the sword puppet's attacks and was covered in injuries, shouted in her heart. If the people from the Kirin Kingdom still didn't appear, Yi Qinfeng's strength would be enough to destroy the Yu family and wipe them out from the East Continent. Don't be stingy with the destruction, demonic pearls. Yu Rao, who was covered in demonic aura and had a huge demonic shadow, ordered loudly. She took out all the destruction demonic pearls in her body and attacked the 2 clones and the 3 heavenly beasts. Looking at the destruction demonic pearls that were attacking them at high speed, the sword puppet and Xingluo's clones weren't afraid at all. They intertwined sword lights and starlight, forming a huge attack net, enveloping all the destruction demonic pearls and causing them to explode. Boom! Boom! Deafening explosions rang out incessantly. The terrifying explosive force blasted the entire void into pieces, filling it with crisscrossing cracks. However, the sword puppet and Xingluo's doppelganger, who were at the center of the explosion, weren't affected at all. They tore through the layers of explosion and approached Yu Rao, Yu Chan, and the others. After witnessing how terrifying the sword puppet and Xingluo's doppelganger were, Yu Chan and the others decided to retreat. However, just as they were about to retreat, a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out. At this critical moment, more than 10 experts of the Kirin Kingdom streaked across the air, which was dyed red by blood, and rushed to the Yu family's mansion. "Stop it! All of you, stop it!" A rank 6 beast emperor expert from the Qilin divine nation, who wore silver armor, a crown on his head, and held a silver spear in his hand, saw the situation in front of him. His expression darkened as he gave an irresistible order. However, Yi Qinfeng and the others ignored him and continued to attack. They were determined to tear apart the sea-sealing heavenly scroll. "Damn it, I asked you to stop. Are you deaf?" The silver-armored man's gaze locked onto Yi Qinfeng, who was attacking the most ferociously. With a flash, he got close to Yi Qinfeng and shouted angrily. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Qinfeng quickly turned his body. The Emperor's celestial sword in his hand shone with Tao-intent radiance as it swept through the void and slashed over. The silver-armored man didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to dare to attack him. His expression changed as he immediately raised his silver spear to defend himself. When the terrifying Emperor's celestial sword slashed at the silver-armored man's silver spear, a force of more than 150 million kilograms was transmitted into his arms. It directly broke his arms, causing large amounts of blood to spurt out. Just as the silver-armored man was about to dodge, a powerful, dizzying force blasted into his sea of soul, causing his reaction to become slightly sluggish. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng's green heaven secret art circulated rapidly. A green seal with flowing innate Tao patterns smashed onto the silver-armored man's chest. It broke through his body's defense and sent him flying. After sending the silver-armored man flying with a single strike, Yi Qinfeng followed up with another attack. The Emperor's celestial sword in his hand turned into the boundless great Tao. Under the silver-armored man's horrified gaze, Yi Qinfeng slashed his heavily injured body into two with a single strike, killing him in an instant. "Damn it! How dare you kill an expert of the Kirin Kingdom?" After witnessing the scene of Yi Qinfeng killing an expert of the Kirin Kingdom, a young level 5 combat beast emperor in luxurious clothes said with a ferocious expression. His right arm was covered with demonic beast scales. This young man in luxurious clothes was none other than the 8th Prince, who fought with Yi Qinfeng for the Sword Steps divine art on the Immortal Island. In the end, one of his arms was chopped off by Yi Qinfeng. So what if he killed him? Yi Qinfeng stared coldly at the 8th Prince and said without mercy, "If you don't learn your lesson, I will kill you too. You, it's you." Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, the 8th Prince raised his eyebrows. Through the bright moonlight, he saw the Emperor's celestial sword clearly and immediately recognized his identity. Good. I have been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect to see you here. This is great. It saves me the trouble of looking for you all over the world." Thinking about the revenge of losing his arm, the killing intent in the 8th Prince's eyes intensified. "8th Prince, save me." Hemingway Map, who was facing the fierce attacks of Kong Sunchin and the other three, was on the verge of breaking down and called for help loudly. "Everyone listen to my order. Kill them all. Don't let any of them escape." The 8th Prince's eyes flashed with killing intent as he ordered loudly. The arrival of the experts of the Kirin Kingdom instantly turned the situation around. However, the strength of Kong Sunchin and the others was equally terrifying. They fought fiercely in the air above the Yu family's old house. The terrifying attacks shook the whole Yu family's old house violently, and many buildings were destroyed. By Commandant, capture him. I will chop off his limbs and turn him into a human stick. I will make him beg for death. The 8th Prince ordered coldly. Yes, like a ghost, the old man in black floated behind the 8th Prince. He looked old, but he gave off an extremely dangerous aura. Nirvana! When Yi Qinfeng came into contact with the resplendent light in the black-clad old man's eyes and felt the mountain-like aura emanating from his body, his pupils constricted as he revealed a grave expression. It seemed that the 8th Prince was highly valued in the Kirin Kingdom. This time he actually followed a Nirvana expert as his bodyguard, escorting him. Swish! The old man in black took a step forward. His whole body appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng as if he had teleported. He gently stretched out his right hand and grabbed Yi Qinfeng's chest. This attack seemed ordinary, but it made Yi Qinfeng's hair stand on end. He didn't hesitate to use the sword steps to dodge. Boom! The moment Yi Qinfeng dodged, the space where he was just a moment ago was cracked by the old man's grab. 5 black holes appeared in the space and didn't disappear for a long time. So strong. The Nirvana realm experts of the Divine Kingdom were indeed terrifying. Seeing the attack of the old man in black, Yi Qinfeng's expression became even more solemn. His speed wasn't slow, but it was useless. As he spoke, the black-clothed old man used a strange footwork and instantly appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng. He waved his wrinkled old hand and continued to attack Yi Qinfeng. The ferocious attacks forced Yi Qinfeng to retreat step by step. Yi Qinfeng's offense was completely suppressed. After experiencing the terrifying strength of the old man in black, Yi Qinfeng immediately called back the sword puppet and Xingluo's doppelganger to resist the old man in black. However, the old man in black's strength was beyond imagination. His attack methods were endless. Yi Qinfeng couldn't resist his attacks, even with the help of his doppelganger. "Boy, when I capture you, I will let you taste all the pain in the world. I will torture you for 100 years before sending you to the Western Paradise." Seeing Yi Qinfeng in danger and repeatedly dodging, the sinister smile on the 8th prince's face became even wider. It was as if he had already grasped Yi Qinfeng's life and death. Mobile reading site, book address. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the Save button at the bottom to record this reading record. Next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1008. True Kirin, Seal the black-clothed old man roared out loud. His hands rapidly twisted, condensing into a giant seal of light. And within this seal of light, a massive number of Tao patterns multiplied, transforming into an extraordinary Kirin god-beast. Watermark advertisement, test watermark, advertisement, test bang. The true Kirin seal struck out, causing the air to explode. The terrifying Kirin seal swept through everything, like a Kirin destroying the world as it bombarded Yi Qinfeng. Empyrean bloodline, burn blue sky, seal feeling that the black-clothed old man's true Kirin seal had completely locked onto him. Yi Qinfeng couldn't avoid it. He immediately ignited his Empyrean bloodline and crazily drew in a massive amount of the power of the heavens to fuse into his body. He deduced the meaning of the great Tao and condensed the blue sky seal to strike out. Bang! The 2 great palms collided, exploding with endless Tao light. A terrifying strength swept out in all directions like raging waves. Yi Qinfeng ignited his Empyrean bloodline and condensed the blue sky seal. Although it was terrifying, the black-clothed old man's strength far surpassed his. After the 2 palms collided for 2 breaths of time, the blue sky seal shattered. However, Yi Qinfeng used these 2 breaths of time to dodge into the void. In the instant that Yi Qinfeng dodged, the black-clothed old man approached him at an even faster speed. His wrinkled old hand grabbed at Yi Qinfeng's chest, piercing through it. Speed after image. After piercing through Yi Qinfeng's chest, the black-clothed old man wasn't happy. Instead, he was alarmed. He discovered that what he pierced through wasn't Yi Qinfeng's true body, but a speed after image. Vertigo technique after using the cloud-stepping boots to deceive the black-clothed old man. Yi Qinfeng's soul completely erupted, forming a dizzying force that was like a heavy hammer. It ruthlessly smashed into the black-clothed old man's spiritual sea, causing his soul to tremble. Dragon bloodline burn. True dragon transformation. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Qinfeng ignited the dragon blood in his entire body. His soul power surged, and his entire body transformed into a blood dragon whose might shook the heavens. He cracked open his bloody maw, and with a murderous aura, he attacked the black-clothed old man. After the black-robed old man regained his senses, he quickly put up a defense. His aged hands moved rapidly as he struck out multiple Dao patterns. He attacked Yi Qinfeng's true dragon form at close range. However, the power of Yi Qinfeng's true dragon transformation was too terrifying. It posed a great threat to the black-clothed old man. Under round after round of ferocious attacks, the black-clothed old man was injured. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. 3 heads and 6 arms despite being injured. The black-robed old man threw his head back and roared. Demonic energy gushed out from his body, as if he was standing in the middle of a vast ocean. His terrifying demonic energy soared to the heavens as he transformed into his 3-headed, 6-armed form. Waving his 6 arms, he forcibly blocked the attack of the true dragon transformation. Boom-a sound like the explosion of a star rang out. The black-clothed old man with terrifying strength finally shattered the true dragon transformation. However, Yi Qinfeng's physical defense was too strong. The terrifying remaining power only caused him minor injuries. Interesting. I didn't expect that with your strength as a Class 4 combat beast emperor, you could actually be on par with me. You really surprised me. The black-clothed old man looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth and was not seriously injured. His expression became extremely gloomy. Heavenly venerable bloodline. Divine demon bloodline. Fusion. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and suppressed the churning blood in his body. He controlled the rapid fusion of the 2 bloodlines and raised his strength to the limit. Just as Yi Qinfeng's strength was rising steadily, the 8th prince suddenly unleashed his Dao treasure, the blue ox seal. It transformed into a lifelike blue ox, crushing through the void as it charged toward Yi Qinfeng. Dao of 2 extremes of life and death as the green ox seal attacked. Several great Dao intents gushed out from Yi Qinfeng's body, transforming into a life and death Dao disc, and fiercely bombarded the green ox seal. Crack! The green ox seal couldn't withstand Yi Qinfeng's Dao of 2 extremes of life and death. It immediately shattered, and the entire seal was smashed hundreds of meters away. Just as the 8th prince, whose expression changed drastically, was about to withdraw the green ox seal, Xingluo's doppelganger approached him and interweaved a large number of star patterns to attack the 8th prince. Although Xingluo's doppelganger was a Dao treasure, its power was only slightly weaker than the Gu Dao treasure. It was comparable to a Class 6 combat beast emperor expert. Under his full attack, the 8th prince's attack was instantly suppressed. Die! When the black-clothed old man saw that the 8th prince was in danger, his eyes revealed a strong, fierce look. 6 pitch-black spears, which were middle-grade Dao artifacts, appeared in his hands. They were like 6 dragons out of the sea, rolling up the void and stabbing toward Yi Qinfeng. Sword puppet. Defense seeing that the void was constantly being torn apart under the black-clothed old man's attack, Yi Qinfeng immediately ordered the sword puppet to block in front of him, using its body to block the shocking spears. Vertigo technique. When a large number of flames splashed on the surface of the sword puppet, Yi Qinfeng's soul power exploded, forming a powerful vertigo force that continued to bombard the black-clothed old man. Although the vertigo had little effect on the black-clothed old man, it had more or less affected him to a certain extent. Qiankuan sword formation. Slash! Seizing this fleeting opportunity, 18 Qiankuan swords flew out of his body with ear-piercing sounds, attacking the black-clothed old man as fast as lightning. Feeling the threat of the Qiankuan sword formation, the black-clothed old man quickly waved his 6 arms, and a large amount of Dao intents burst out from the black spears, like a rushing river, shaking the 18 Qiankuan swords. Sword soul. Fusion. The 18 Qiankuan swords were repelled by the black-clothed old man, and Yi Qinfeng controlled the sword soul to merge into the Qiankuan sword formation, increasing the might of the sword formation and continued to attack the black-clothed old man. Sword soul, you actually condensed a sword soul. The black-clothed old man's pupils contracted to the most dangerous pinholes, revealing a trace of shock, and the killing intent in his heart became even stronger. A person who condensed a sword soul was definitely a genius among geniuses, a monstrous monster. As long as this person was given enough time to grow, he would definitely grow into an extremely terrifying existence. In ancient times, the Kirin kingdom had also become enemies with a human expert who had condensed a sword soul, and in the end, paid an extremely painful price to finally kill him. The Kirin kingdom's overall strength was slightly weaker than the Nine Heavens Divine Kingdom, and the Octahead Divine Kingdom, to a certain extent, was also related to this sword cultivator expert. Boss, hang in there. I will tear this two-headed dragon apart immediately to help you. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng was having a hard time fighting the black-clothed old man, the divine beast of chaos roared and continued to use its inherited magic to attack the two-headed dragon, shattering the black dragon scales that covered the dragon's body, severely injuring its body and forcing it to retreat step by step. Blood flowed out of its body like rain. Although Kong Sungqin and the others did not have an overwhelming advantage, the Kirin Kingdom, the East Sea Palace, and the Yu family did not have any advantage at all. The fierce battle became more and more intense, and the Yu family was destroyed beyond recognition. 2/3 of the buildings were destroyed, and Yu Chan and the others' hearts were bleeding. They regretted starting a war in the Yu family. Even if Yi Qinfeng was killed in the end, the Yu family would not be able to recover without a few years' time. True Qilin, still seeing that the situation was going out of control, the black-clothed old man who was fighting fiercely with Yi Qinfeng and facing the Cosmos sword formation, lost his patience. He moved his 6 arms together and consumed a large amount of his half-demon power at all costs to condense 6 Qilin seals. Like 6 furious Qilins, they broke through the Cosmos sword formation and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Not good. Feeling the horror of the true Qilin seal, Yi Qinfeng's expression changed slightly, and he quickly dodged with the cloud-stepping boots. However, in the instant that Yi Qinfeng dodged, the 6 true Qilin seals exploded, forming a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It slammed heavily into Yi Qinfeng's body, sending him flying. His body, which was comparable to a high-grade Taoist instrument, was covered with blood. A large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth, and it was stained with blood. Mobile reading site, book address. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click on the Save button below to record this reading record. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support.